All right, good morning everybody. Happy Sunday. A little bit different this morning, as you guys can see. Gonna do a morning show. Trying to beat the heat. Very, very hot day here today. Supposed to be 94 degrees. So we're gonna try and stick it out here as long as we can. We don't want to be here in the late afternoon sun. I am down a floor, so we only have one side of the airport this morning. And for, well, the entirety of the show. Had space up on the roof. Again, I don't want to be in the sun all day long at 94, 95 degrees. If you guys saw my post yesterday about the temperatures here in Raleigh, going to be well over, right at 100, but with the heat index and the humidity going to be well over 100 degrees this week. So Wednesday, we're going to play Wednesday by ear. It may be way, way, way too hot to be out here on Wednesday. So again, good morning everybody. Hope everybody's had a wonderful week. I do apologize for being off air for the last couple of episodes of the show. Had some personal things to handle this week. So I appreciate all of the support and concern from everyone. So thank you guys for that. Again, it's been a long week. Been a good week, but a long week nonetheless. Got everything straightened out. Everyone is feeling better, doing fine. I've got a Delta out at the end here. Looks like an A321 about to depart. We do have the American 1895 coming in from Charlotte. We also have that A321 headed to Charlotte out at the end of the runway as well. So again, thank you guys for the support and sticking with us here. So a semi-rough week. So today may be a little awkward. I am doing things left-handed, so there may be some hand switching going on, especially when the planes go out of view. Nice long look at the departures today. Should be fairly exciting this afternoon. So as many of you guys know, we don't do too many early Sunday shows due to the fact that there's not a whole lot that goes on early in the mornings. Unless you're here at 6 a.m. when everybody is rushing to get out of here from 6 to 8. Then it goes to a slow period until about 12. I've had a couple of good departures already this morning while I was setting up. Yeah, Barb, so today 94 degrees. Tomorrow with the heat index is supposed to be about 108 here in Raleigh. So definitely going to have to be weary of the temperatures. Bridget Klaus, good afternoon to you. Again, good afternoon, or good morning, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, Ramona, Lynn, Zoe, Sven. Thank you guys for tuning in. Yeah, I think I would take 42 degrees right now over 94 any day. First couple of days of summer here, yesterday being the first day. Summer has hit us full force. I'm just excited that we actually had a spring this year. Last year and the year before we didn't have any sort of spring. Again, that one was American Airlines 1895 coming in from Charlotte on an A321. We've got several CRJs to follow. We also have another American off to Charlotte here in just a minute. That Delta that we saw depart, that is Delta 1427. That's headed to Detroit, Michigan. That was that A321-200. So that one headed to Detroit. So I think on Sundays we're gonna have to change things up. We're gonna have to get on the air early on Sundays here to avoid as much of this heat as possible here this summer. I know last year we had a lot of issues with heat, so hopefully this year will be a lot better. Jiffy Box, good morning. Happy Sunday. So here's our American off to Charlotte. I think this spot's pretty good. Going to provide us with a lot of good departure shots today. Didn't think it was too good. I am a little bit nervous where we are. We've got the doors to the terminal just below us here. I'm always nervous when we're close to the doors or close to the elevators. Whoops. See, the air is very hazy today. Already this morning 84 degrees according to the car on the way here. Alright, let's see where that Delta is coming from. That is Endeavor 5160. That's coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour and 3 minutes of flight time for that CRJ 900LR. That's going to be followed by another CRJ. That's going to be followed by Endeavor 5097 coming in from JFK, New York. 1 hour and 1 minute flight time for that CRJ. So the race from New York was on between these two. Looks like LaGuardia won that race. Can definitely say the humidity is real. I need to look into getting some fans. And not even doing anything and I'm standing here sweating. Again, this is Endeavor from JFK. Corby, good morning. Again, good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. A little bit different time here. Again, trying to beat the heat as much as possible. As soon as we start having the sun encroach in on us, we'll probably try to pack it in. I don't know if we'll get our heavies today or not due to the high temperatures, but we will see what happens. We'll play everything by ear for the next week or so. Again, very, very hot. If you guys are just joining us, the temperatures here gonna be something fierce. Hopefully everybody's enjoyed the first day of summer so far, as yesterday was our first day of the summer solstice. Summer, again, coming at us pretty hard here in eastern North Carolina. We can hear the bells from here. Looks like that E-175 is getting ready to leave. Got our United 737. Doesn't look like it's a MAX today, but it does have mismatched just some mismatched cowlings here. Make a quick adjustment. Brigitte Klaus with $1 with a euro 49. Thank you so much, Brigitte Klaus. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. Good to see all of you, by the way. Saw some of you guys last night or yesterday over in the LA Flights show in Frankfurt. Was watching that yesterday afternoon. Really cool what those guys were able to do yesterday. I don't know how many of you guys watch LA Flights or were watching their show yesterday. Here's our CRJ, one of the two. Should have a good view of that coming around the corner. No, sadly it's not Birdbeak. Alan Lee, good afternoon to you. I feel like that my white balance is off a little. So our CRJ coming around, blocked a little bit by the trees here. Got Breeze Airways about to leave on the other side. Who do we got coming in here? We've got Delta 1337 coming in from MCO. An hour and 18 minutes of flight time for this one. guys can hear everything okay. Hopefully you can hear all of the planes starting. What I hear is a little bit different than what you guys hear, so hopefully the volume of everything is okay. Matt Man, good morning. It's not a sunrise show for you, Matt Man, but we're out here early to try and beat the heat. Got the CRJ to the gate. Kobe, good morning. Alright, so we go back to the United 737 over there at the end of the terminal. You see ops chilling at the end of the runway. I wonder if they're going to do a runway check here shortly. Again, our next arrival is at Delta 1337 coming in from MCO. 1 hour, 20 minutes of flight time for this one from Mickey Mouse Town, Orlando, Florida. Looking arrival for Delta. So the 737 of United on the move. Still have this American Eagle over here ready to go. Next arrival is going to be Air Canada coming in from Toronto. 1 hour and 16 minutes of flight time for the E175SU. I want to know where our A220 went. I'm a little disappointed that that was only for a couple of weeks. Now the A220 has disappeared, fallen off. Air Canada about to touch down now. Got a breeze over on the other side. Again, one side of the airport today, due to the fact all the spots on the lower level were blocked down at the end, so no 2-3 left today, unfortunately. Air Canada going to slow down and turn out early, looks like. That one will be back here in the alleyway in just a minute. So we get a good look at Air Canada. Looks like we got several on the move. That United, a Delta, And of course, Delta could be headed to a gate. Our American Eagle heading out now. Breeze and Southwest both landing on the other side. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Frontier from Boston. Frontier 3057. That's going to be Lynx, or Max the Lynx livery, arriving in just 4 minutes. Here goes an American 737 out, as well as that American Eagle. Air Canada trying to get situated so they can get into the alleyway. Firecat 104, good morning. Happy Sunday. Zach. So Zachary, we do have some big planes around 1 o'clock. We'll have our 777 from London. Around the 4 p.m. hour, we should have Air France. Again, I'm racing the clock more than I am anything else. And the heat. So where I'm at right now, we're good until sometime this afternoon. I don't know what time this afternoon. So hopefully, we'll be able to stay here for the 777 from Paris. And hey, what a surprise. Look who we haven't seen in quite a while. Our 757 from Atlanta. There, that Delta headed out. I saw that one landing on flight radar earlier this morning. Is Air Canada playing games? Are they coming back here or not? They may have gone to a gate on the front side of the terminal. Still waiting on that United. There's United. That's United Express. So we're about to have a lot of departures here. Still waiting on that United 737 making its way out as well. It's a possibility of rapid fire departures here. Yeah, we haven't, so Firecat, we haven't seen the 757 in quite some time, unfortunately. It's usually, lately it looks like it's been an early morning thing. There's that United 737 finally making its way out there. That's the one we watched over here on the left side of the terminal. Looks like somebody's moving. There's Air Canada. And waiting for that one. E175 to the gate. I'm a little disappointed it's not the A220, unfortunately, but we still need to We also need to have a show to catch WestJet. We still haven't caught WestJet yet. Again, they're about 2 weeks into their flights here to RDU. So hopefully we'll be able to catch them here before too long. Still working out our 4th of July plans for you guys. Hopefully you guys will be around 4th of July and 4th of July weekend. Again, we're still working on those plans. I need to hurry up and get those plans in motion. I've got some reservations I've got to make here in the next week or so we don't have a missed opportunity. We are going to do the fireworks here Friday the 4th if you guys are interested in plane spotting and fireworks. Briar Creek across the interstate over there puts on a pretty good show. We did it last year. We're going to do it again this year. Hopefully this year it doesn't get rain shortened like last year. Last year was kind of a bummer. Still had a good time. Me and Miss Ramona were up here hanging out along with a few other folks to watch the fireworks. So Friday, 4th of July, we'll be up here for our second annual 4th of July show at the parking garage. Here comes Frontier, Max the Lynx. Max the Lynx from Boston. Westerly wind blowing in right now. Good shot of Max. Our Delta 757 still sitting out there. Let's give you some flight information on American. Looks like that's American 2960 headed to Miami, Florida. That was the 737-800. Again, we have that Delta 757 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia, sitting out here at the end of the runway. Maybe they're going to take their time to this morning and not do rapid fire. Looks like our American Eagle might be next. We got a couple of Uniteds down there as well. Like American Eagle gonna be our next departure. So ready for this 757 departure back to Atlanta. It's been a really long time since we've seen the Delta 757 here at RDU. Super excited. Nice departure for this American Eagle. There's Miss Carolina. Good morning. All right, here she is. All right, enjoy the 757. We're going to turn it up. Definitely need more of those 757s to return to RDU. Looks like United Express up next. So the American Eagle a moment ago, that's headed to DCA. It's headed to downtown DC via Ronald Reagan there. Bet this United Express is about to head to Dulles. What do you guys think? Think this one's headed to Dulles? We'll find out here in just a minute. If you guys are new to the channel, a lot of things don't pop up on flight radar until they leave the ground. But this is Republic Airways 3535, and it is headed to Washington, Dulles. So these two, American Eagle and United Express, racing to DC. Two different airports. Nonetheless, still racing. Good looking shot here of United Express. And we still have that United 737 down at the end of the runway, ready for its departure. Let's see, is this one up yet? Oh, it is, in fact. Surprisingly. So this one's United 1117, headed to Denver, Colorado. That's a 737-900ER. So that one there. Possible turn and burn. Looks like they're simmering a little bit here. United will lose you behind the terminal building here. All the 737s leave so late. Try to get ahead of it here. So again, if you guys are just joining us, I do apologize. We only have one side of the airport today. due to the extreme temperatures we're going to face later this afternoon. I wanted to be in the shade. It is already 85 degrees here in RDU. Not even doing anything again, and I'm sweating. Just standing here bringing you guys the planes, sweating it out. Looks like our next arrival is going to be a Delta 1279. This one arriving in about 7 minutes or so. This is going to be an A319 from Tampa. It's going to be followed by American from Dallas on a MAX 8. Interesting. American from Miami. All of these within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we've got a few minutes here while we wait on Delta from Tampa. Might be able to get a good downwind shot of it being where we are to this afternoon, or this morning I should say. Not used to being here in the morning. So again, nice curb bugs. Josh, I'm doing all right. Again, we're trying to hide from the heat. I had plenty of room up on the roof, but I don't think I want to bake for the next 5 to 6 hours today. So we came downstairs. Hopefully we can last a little longer. Maybe we'll go 6 hours. Try to make it to 8, but I don't think we'll make it a full 8 hours today. I think the sun will be in on us by about 5. So we might make it 7 hours today. I at least want to try to stay for the Air France 777 arrival later this afternoon. Got a Southwest departure behind us, Southwest 2304. That's headed to Chicago. Another MAX 8 headed to Matman there in Midway. Here we go. Is this our party plane? Our party exec jet from SAS down there? Not SAS, the Scandinavian airline, but SAS, the company here. It's not their tri-jet. Looks like it's only their double today. Too bad it's not the 737 business jet. Nice departure there for that exec jet. We always love seeing that one here on Sundays. When they fly out, where is he going anyways? If he even shows up on flight radar, a lot of times they don't. Delta from Tampa is directly in front of me now. Somewhere. It's really, really hazy. Again, hard to see anybody over a certain flight level. There's Delta from Tampa. Took me a minute to find that A319. I can't remember what that is. They have one that looks just like it that's a tri-jet. Hold on, let's see if it's up on flight radar here. I may have to turn my filters off. Because they don't typically show up on flight radar. So that was a Dassault Falcon 2000 LX. no information for that one, where it's headed. Doesn't even give you the departed airport information here. Looks like it's another Southwest. This one coming in from Chicago Midway. Again, we won't see it. There is no photograph of this one, so this one looks like it might be fairly new. Hopefully it's not one of the special liveries. I don't think it is. It doesn't say that it is. It just says Southwest Airlines. Let's turn our filter back on here. So Delta over Falls Lake. Good morning. Why ask me? It is a nice morning. Very, very warm. My breeze that was blowing through here has kind of gone away. Starting to sweat again. The humidity high here for the airport. As we await the arrival of Tampa. Delta from Tampa. That is an A319. It's going to be followed by American from Dallas-Fort Worth, American 2683. That one's going to arrive in just 5 minutes. That's going to be another MAX 8. Don't see too many American Airlines MAX 8s here, so that'll be a nice surprise. See one every once in a while. Yeah, Firecat, I know. I can't keep them all straight. I legitimately have to look at them on flight radar to know what they are, unless it's the Cirrus Vision jet or the Honda jets. Most of the other ones I have to look at flight radar to know exactly what they are. Cirrus Vision jet and the Honda jet is probably one of my two favorite small executive private owner type jets. Not really exec jet, I guess you wouldn't call them, but we also know that the Pilatuses and stuff like that, the PC-12s, PC-24s, King Airs, of course, but all the jet-based ones all do look quite the same. Robbie, good morning. There in Northern California. Hope you're doing well. Hope all has been well this week. Again, I'm glad to see you guys. Thank you guys for hanging with us while we had a little bit of an issue over the course of last week. We were going to be here not this past Friday, but the Friday before. Had a little incident. I had to leave work early and then took the rest of the week off last week. So good to see you guys back. Friday was still a no-go this past Friday, but everything now is back in order. So I think we are going to try to push Fridays given the temperatures and stuff. Again, this week alone is going to be a really huge toss-up. Temperatures well over 100 degrees, especially with the humidity, the heat index, everything like that. Temperature's going to be really, really high this week. So hopefully Wednesday we can still be out here and give you guys a show. And again, we're going to try to do Fridays from here on out, especially leading up to the 4th of July. 4th of July, Friday evening, we will be out here again for the fireworks. I'll have to make quite a few posts so you guys are aware that we'll be out here on the 4th of July. And if you don't know, Briar Creek puts on a 4th of July fireworks show right over here. So right in this general vicinity over here we have fireworks twice a year. The Light Festival, which we missed this year, we saw it back in 2024. We saw the Light Festival. But Briar Creek puts on quite a good show. Yeah, if I ever had the money for my own private plane, it would either be a toss-up between the Honda Jet or the Cirrus Vision Jet. If I ever had the money. We can all dream, of course. So there we go, finally Delta from Tampa touching down. Again, our next arrival is going to be that American from Dallas-Fort Worth. Again, Air Canada over here. So, American from Dallas, that's American 2683. 2 hours and 20 minutes of flight time, that's going to be about 2 hours 22. So the price of the Honda Jet's about $7 million, I think. Same with the Cirrus Vision Jet, I think it's 4 to 7 million, 4 to 10 million, something like that, if I remember correctly. I think they can range in price, could possibly be up to 10 million, I guess, depending on how you spec one out. And of course that doesn't consider the cost of maintenance and keeping up your plane as well as fuel. Airplanes are very, very expensive, so you gotta have some serious cash to own an airplane. I mean, Barb, if you've got the money, I'll take a loan. Yeah, it depends on all the options, how you spec it out. Do I need all the fancy things that go along with it? No. Why? Because I want to fly it. Put some Wi-Fi on board, and the family that flies, all of my family that flies with me would just have to play on their phones. So there's American from Dallas. Next arrival is going to be another American. Hey, speaking of close-ups, or Delta from Tampa. Into the gate over here. Give you guys that shot while we wait on our next American arrival, which is going to be American 2340 from Miami. It's going to be an A321. 1 hour and 42 minutes of flight time for the A321. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like if I had enough money to own the plane and do things with it, absolutely. But if I only had about say $10 million, I'd probably just fly first class everywhere, you know? But if I had billions and billions of dollars, we'd be owning a couple of planes. Little back and forth there for the A321 from Miami. I almost said Charlotte. So used to the A321s from Charlotte. So we do have, as well today, we do have Copa, Aeromexico, and as you guys can see, Air Canada. I need to check on some of our international flights. Copa probably not going to be here for another 2 hours or so. Oh, Copa just left. Copa left 45 minutes ago. They got 3 hours and 17 minutes of flight time left. And there's a lot of planes out west for us today. Some going to Phoenix, LAX, Las Vegas, a Delta to Vegas. Another American to Phoenix, and then Delta to Los Angeles, all over Arizona and New Mexico at the moment. Looks like our next arrival is going to be another Frontier. It's going to be Frontier 2979, Flower the Hummingbird livery. Going to arrive in 9 minutes. They're coming in from Buffalo, New York. Probably in about an hour and 12 minutes of flight time. So again, that one coming in just a moment. 9 more minutes for that one. So let's see, how quickly can we unload the bags from the A319 from Tampa? Do we have any bag drama over here? Are we going to drop anything? I really won't be able to tell, will we? Daniel, good morning, by the way. Got another Delta from Atlanta, and sadly it's not going to be the 757. They're back to the 737 at 900 ER. That one's arriving in 18 minutes. Again, I do apologize, with the heat and everything, we are restricted to one side of the airport today. So no arrivals or departures for 2-3 left. And trying to stay as cool as humanly possible. Although the one plus side to where we are today, we do get, you do get to see both ramps on both sides. If we were on the end where we normally are, you only see right here, the right side. Currently looking at the left side of the terminal. If we were looking at the right side, of course, there's only Air Canada over there. So we can check out what all of our ramp folks are doing down there. Got a couple of folks that we know. Captain Carolina is no longer on the ramp for us anymore. He works Air Canada. He used to work Air Canada. He has since moved on to Avelo Airlines to become a flight attendant for them. We got Brad, the fueler, down there. We haven't seen Brad in a while here on the show. Hopefully Brad is doing well if he's watching. Normally get a good wave from Brad. Flower the Hummingbird there for Frontier Airlines from Buffalo. They're about to make that hard right turn onto final. So another couple minutes for them. Delta from Atlanta is about to be in front of us, the west side of the airport. Little planes. If you're following along on flight radar, there's a lot of little planes out there, out zipping around. I feel like they're probably part of the flight school. It all depends. Some weekends the Apache units are busy, some weekends they're not. We had, not last week, obviously we weren't here, but the week before we had some pretty good shots of them flying around, bouncing over, taxiing into general aviation side of things. I believe that was last Wednesday. The last episode of the show, they were up and moving around. The problem with them, though, is we don't see too many of them due to the fact that where we are and where they come in and land, obviously it makes it hard to see them unless they come over to the general aviation side of things or come at us from the northwest or from the west. If they come in from the east or the south, we don't typically see them, unfortunately. I saw over on the general aviation side of things, nothing special over there. A few exec jets. I drove to the top floor to see about spaces on 6, closer to the other end. So there's nothing over on the general aviation side worth setting up over there for, unfortunately. And again, nothing to really write home about. Is Air Canada almost done? Don't think so. Looks like progress on the runways coming along, if you guys don't know. Working on building that new runway over there. A couple of new mounds of dirt. Again, I haven't been here in a week. So yeah, it looks like they're moving right along on the new runway. Don't know that they're working today. Let's be nosy, shall we? Definitely doesn't look like anybody's moving or any of the machinery's on the move over there. I know they've got a massive, somebody was telling me they've got a massive, massive hole dug over here to the right. Fortunately, we can't see it. One of our friends here that works here at the airport was telling us about it. Barb, that's a good question. I don't know when the new runway is going to be finished. I don't expect it to be done before, I'm just going to throw out a number, probably, we'll say, 28? I'm going to say 2028. It took them a long time to build that pad over here. So here we go. We got a little exec jet happening here in front of our Frontier from Buffalo. Did they really? So Aeromexico is going to add another flight, Raleigh to Cancun. I'll have to look into that. I know American Airlines covers RDU to Cancun. Exec jet here. Make that turnout, go up the hill. Maybe that Cancun flight will force Aeromexico to bring the 737. So again, if you guys don't know, we did receive the 737 from Air Canada, and of course WestJet in their 737. We caught the inaugural arrival of the 737 from Air Canada. That was a MAX 8. That was late at night. I don't know if it still comes late at night and stays overnight. I believe it does. That one's to Vancouver. Comes Flower the Hummingbird, our next arrival. This thing is almost plain as it can be, other than the chevron there on the tail. Yeah, that is weird. See, there we go. Thank you. Gavin knows. Gavin's on point, giving us the deets. It will be a 737 from Cancun. So that's probably because this is such a sparse market, I think. I think, again, only American Airlines was covering it for a while. I don't know if anybody else is covering Cancun from here. Again, it is very, very hard for me to keep all of the flights straight. Again, Flower the Hummingbird from Buffalo, New York. We should see that one come around the corner, possibly here in just a minute. Exactly. So yeah, I went to Bermuda in April. See, Barb knows. She's been to Bermuda. So Delta also covers it. Okay. See, I couldn't remember if Delta did. I know last year American was the only one covering that flight. So, interesting. Well, the other thing that I find to be interesting too is the Air Canada Vancouver flight, especially since we get Delta and 2 Alaskas every day from Seattle. So I figured that that Air Canada from Vancouver was kind of, I don't know how to say it, but you know, you'd think if you were coming here, you would just drive south to Seattle, hop on Alaska Airlines or Delta to make your way here from Vancouver. But nonetheless, I'm excited to see more expansion of these airlines. Again, Spirit added 5 new flights, Breeze added 5 new flights this year, so you know, a lot of extra things going on this year. Flower the Hummingbird around the corner. I know it really stinks though that we did lose Bahama Air We had Bahama for quite a while. Quite a few years there. They pulled out last year, late last year. Yeah, we've never seen Bermuda here. It is an E190. We haven't done an early Friday morning show, so chances are Bermuda's going to be one of those ones that we don't see here on the show, unfortunately. Not for the lack of not wanting to, but just its flight times are odd. Being so early on a Friday morning, and the other days that they come in. So a good look at Flower the hummingbird. So when is that supposed to start? The Aeromexico Cancun flight. Anybody know the start times on that? Next arrival is going to be Delta 2633 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Looks like we had a Spirit leave a moment ago, speaking of. 57 minutes of flight time for Delta. They're going to be our next arrival. It's going to be a 737 at 900. Got an American Airlines headed out for departure. Mid to late December. Well, that'll be good. That'll be interesting. Not quite peak season, I wouldn't think, but it could be, being that it's warm down there all year. Shoot, I'd like to go south in the wintertime. Need to go north in the summertime, as you guys know. We were talking about the heat here. Today, and for the rest of this week. I was watching another show yesterday. They were talking about how it was hotter in Minnesota than it was in Orlando yesterday. It's also hotter here than Orlando. Granted, they have a lot more humidity than we do, but that may not be the case here before too long. I saw was sitting watching the Weather Channel in the news while we were off air this week, and they were talking about the Gulf of Mexico and the Western Atlantic are warmer than normal, so it's going to cause a lot more humidity this year than we've seen in previous years. So, and they showed a map, and so all of the southeast and portions of the northeast are covered in this high humidity time period for this portion of the year. So again, we just play summer by ear. You guys know that. But again, like I said, I'm thankful that we actually had a spring this year. First time in quite a few years we've actually had a spring. Got a United Express from Houston here in about 15 minutes. We're got another Frontier from Dallas Fort Worth. That's going to be Klondike the Polar Bear. Those are two coming from the west. Again, we had Spirit leave a little while ago. Spirit Airlines headed to Fort Lauderdale. We've got a Velo coming in from Fort Myers. That one's going to be on the other side, so we won't see that one. A couple of Deltas and an American chasing each other. Quite a bit coming in from the northwest, from the Midwest. Looks like our northeast route's kind of slow this morning. American A319 on the move. Lee Barber, good morning. It is good news for Aeromexico bringing that 737. Here we go. We got a couple headed out. Looks like a couple of A321s. That one there might be a 737. Can't really tell from this distance. Looks lower than the one headed out now. We've got an A321 for Delta. The American A319 departure, that is American 2607 headed to Philadelphia. So that's one that's a little more normal. Something we're a little more used to seeing there. Yeah. Today I'm not too worried, Lee Barber. I'm more worried about Wednesday and Friday. Being that those are our two late afternoon shows, evening shows, those are the shows that we're worried about the most. It's going to be extremely hot those 2 days. Again, tomorrow, good thing we don't do Mondays. Again, a heat index of 108 tomorrow, according to the Weather Channel. Looks like Air Canada might be getting ready for their push. Here in a minute, they're pulling the cones away. See there, they are pulling the jetway back from the E175. Then we're going to go back to Toronto. Yeah, Gavin, that's kind of what I was thinking. We'll see. Again, I'll play it by ear, see what happens, see how hot it is on Wednesday. Again, Wednesday, I can't even hide from the heat. Even moving down a floor, being that it's so late in the afternoon, the sun will be right in here with us. That's why we chose what we chose today, because at least, hopefully, again, I'm hoping that we can catch Air France's arrival, and we may end with the arrival of Air France. Hopefully the sun hasn't caught up to us by then. So fingers crossed we don't overheat today. We did buy an interesting new item out at Dick's Sporting Goods over the weekend for the show. We got an umbrella that we can clamp on to the tripod here. I think the equipment suffers in the heat more than I do, to be honest. As long as I stay hydrated, I'm okay. It's the equipment that doesn't like to work in the heat. And hopefully later this afternoon we don't have any issues. Right now everything looks good. We get the towers here, I don't know. I assume the towers heat up and the service lacks. maybe not download speed for the service, but the upload speed, which is what we rely on heavily. Got that A321 on the move for American Airlines. We're just hoping for a good day. So far, so good. Got a nice cool breeze blowing in. Hopefully it'll keep up. This A321 is going to leave a bit on the heavy side, looks like. Waiting on that Air Canada pushback. Got that Delta A321 out there as well, ready for departure. Let's see where the American's headed. That's American 1895. We saw that one land a little while ago. That one is headed back to Charlotte. Looks like we got a flex jet on final. We've got United Express, operated by Mesa Airlines, coming in from Houston. That's an E175LR. They are just west of the airport now, so they'll be making their way around in just a minute. Frontier still a few minutes out. Frontier had to slow down, it looks like. Frontier 3330. Klondike, the polar bear, on board. That one, they made a significant S-turn out there to slow down a little bit. Cushion. Okay. That makes sense too for the Aeromexico and Delta. Still, it's gonna be fantastic to see. Hopefully, Aeromexico will bring a Max 8 or something here. I like all of the variety that we get here in RDU. Variety is key for this show. Delta 1699 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. That A321 getting ready to depart now. Granted, all of our variety is the mainstream back and forth here in the United States. We do need to get our hands on some more international arrivals and departures. I've got some plans. All right, the A321 back to Atlanta. Another fantastic looking at Delta departure. So at least we'll have 41 opportunities to catch that Aeromexico. May have to pull out some Saturday shows here to get all of those. So thank you guys for the information. Our friends here doing some research on all the news. This week has been, for me, I've been away from almost all social media and stuff this week. So I'm a little out of the loop on the news other than the weather. Delta CRJ on the move. it's headed to New York. We'll find out here in just a minute. As Air Canada gets ready to head back to Toronto. Delta it is, that's Endeavour 5160, that's headed back to LaGuardia. Which means our one to JFK is pushing back now, getting ready to push as I look down. So this is the one headed to JFK. They came in together, they raced. LaGuardia is definitely going to win this race, for sure. So JFK about to push back. Looks like United from Houston is on final. Again, that is Mesa 6148. 2 hours and 27 minutes of flight time from Houston, Texas. Seems like a long time to be on an E175 to me. I know some of you guys are like, oh, the E175 is not too bad. Some others were like, nah, no. Again, I've never flown anything smaller than a A320, maybe an A319 back in the day. Never done any of the regional type jets, so not sure what the regionals are like. Again, Air Canada has pushed. They've got that one out to the starting line. So they start engines here. As we await Delta to JFK's departure, as well as the Houston arrival from Mesa Airlines. So a lot of good information. Thank you guys for providing us with the information. Again, like I said, I've been away from all things social media as well as all things airport related. So there you go. I'm gonna have to try to do a E175 flight one of these days, just to see what it's like. Again, we flew the A320, A321 back in October via Frontier Airlines. Not a bad flight for them. So here we go, Houston, Mesa from Houston. Thank you, Ramona. 777 from London, arriving in just an hour and 40 minutes. Air Canada trying to sneak out on us while we watch Mesa United Express from Houston. Again, this one going to go back to Toronto. All Alright, next arrival is going to be Klondike, the polar bear coming in from Dallas. That is Frontier 3330. It's an A321-200. Not quite within our sights just yet. Our CRJ has yet to push back. We're not going to leave this side just yet. We'll watch Air Canada move out as Klondike comes into view. Frontier's got two polar bear liveries. Oh, somebody made a mistake. CRJ is no longer ready to go. Looks like they had a little bit of a baggage issue here. What is that noise? What are you doing? Must be cleaning out the trash cans back here behind us. So we are pretty close to the elevators, which makes me nervous, as you guys know. Being near the main door of the terminal and being near the elevators always make me nervous. Always cause for trouble. Another arrival here. Looks like Delta. Our Delta CRJ. That's exactly what they're doing. Changing out trash bags. This is coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That's Endeavor 5120. Again, a CRJ 900L on. They've quickly made their adjustments to the baggage there. The Delta CRJ to JFK looks like it's about ready to go now, finally. Christopher Brown, good morning. Still got about 28 minutes left in the morning time. Got an exec jet here on final as well. Big one. This one's coming in from Stewart. It's a Bombardier Globe 6000. he's going to turn out early enough we don't see his turnout. Air Canada lined up and waiting at E175 back to Toronto. Next is going to be Republic Airways 4459. This is going to be an American Eagle. This one's coming in from LaGuardia. It's another E175. As Air Canada here gets a move on. Canada in the E175 to Toronto. We'll leave a little on the heavy side this morning. Again, good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. Comes our American. Looks like Klondike, the polar bear, has nowhere to go at the moment. Got a CRJ making its way back here. That one we saw arrive a moment ago from Newark, New Jersey. The one headed to JFK still not quite ready to go. They're sitting on the pushback tug ready to send it. They're not quite ready yet. Should have that American Eagle back here in the alley in just a moment. I did actually. Just in time to catch the American Eagle coming around the corner as well. Again, Klondike the polar bear stuck over here waiting. Sure what Klondike's waiting on. We'll come back to Klondike in just a moment. Swing back around here to our American Eagle. Ramona needs to sing it for us. CRJ finally pushing back now. The one to JFK. CRJ come out here in just a moment. Here's the tug. If you're watching on board this CRJ, give us a wave. Alright, looks like our next arrival is another American Eagle coming in from Chicago O'Hare, Republic Airways at 4354. That one touching down right now. We'll be back here in the alley in just a minute. CRJ's pulled out to the starting line. Fire engines here. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2519 coming in from Minneapolis. That's going to be an A320-200. That one arriving in 2 minutes. 1 hour and 57 minutes total flight time for that A320. Got a Southwest landing over on the other side behind us. Southwest 1904 coming in from St. Louis. Got American 2023 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. A321, total of about 30 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down. So they are straight out in front of us, just west of the airport. August 11th for a new flight. That'll be interesting. So the CRJ gets a move on here. We've got the American Eagle. The other American Eagle, this one from Chicago. Sliding around here. Should be having that A319 from Tampa leave here shortly as well. We saw arrive a little while ago. Here's our A320 from Minneapolis. From Delta Airlines. And I hear an A220. Chances are that's Breeze Airways over behind us. I don't think we've got an A220 on the ground here on this side. There's a possibility we could have the Delta from Boston that landed earlier in the day, maybe. But I definitely heard. Oh, maybe it was Klondike. Running those Pratt & Whitneys. It is a Neo, so probably Klondike. Nice, Ramona catching that A320 from Minneapolis out there in ILM yesterday. But that was exciting to see. What is the biggest plane you get in ILM? Do you get the A321 out there, Ramona? I know you guys get the 737s or the Velo. And the JetBlue A220, right? Do you get any A321s? Definitely no Maxes, I don't think. Alright, so we got that CRJ headed to JFK. We've got Frontier on the move. So that's the one that Klondike was waiting for. Next arrival is going to be that American Airlines 2023 coming in from Charlotte. Another A321. That one is on final. That's Max the Lynx already on the move. Didn't seem like Max was here on the ground for too long. Josh Aldridge, good morning. So Max the Lynx. That A321 there on the move already. As we await our next arrival. See that CRJ in a minute as well. CRJ. A little baggage issue with that CRJ a moment ago. I'm assuming a passenger brought something that wouldn't fit in the overhead bin, so they had to stow it underneath. Or in the back, I should say. Not really underneath on a CRJ, is it? So there goes those two, ready for departure. So our next arrival is on final. American 2023 from Charlotte. About 30 minutes of flight time for this one. So it looks like Max the Lynx is headed out to Cleveland. That's going to be Frontier 3073. Headed out to Cleveland, Ohio. Not quite out to the end of the runway yet. Looks like we got a Republic Airways arriving in 20 minutes. Alright. Looks like the American 777 is now just south of Boston, Massachusetts here. 1 hour and 21 minutes of flight time left for the American 777 from London Heathrow. As Max the Lynx gets ready for departure here, headed to Cleveland, Ohio. Dang, a 737 from Charlotte? That'll be weird. That never happens. Too bad it's not a 777 from Charlotte. Alright, still got that Delta out at the end of the runway waiting for their departure. Again, they're, I believe, going to be Endeavor, headed back to JFK. They arrived around the same time as the one from LaGuardia. LaGuardia's been gone for about 40 minutes now. So out at the end of the runway, it's Endeavor. No, it's actually going to Kansas City. Endeavor 5230. It's that Delta connection. CRJ headed to Kansas City. I figured that one was going to go back to JFK. It's an interesting flight here for the Delta connection. I'm not as familiar with the early morning flights as we are the mid to late afternoon flights. Gonna have to take a quick look and see where Copa and Aeromexico are. Aeromexico, I know, has been arriving later in the afternoons lately. Delta CRJ gonna leave a little on the heavy side, looks like. Yen, good morning. So if you guys missed it this morning, we were talking about what we're up to for the 4th of July. I do have a plan. We're planning on going away for the 4th of July, but actual 4th of July festivities will be on, obviously, Friday the 4th. I need to double check and make sure that the fireworks are still happening on Friday the 4th over at Briar Creek, so we can bring you guys the planes and some fireworks on Friday night. We're trying to throw Fridays into our mix here. If we're not here this Wednesday due to the heat, we'll be here on Friday, hopefully. Friday looking a little bit better as far as temperatures go. The afternoon and evening shows are a little harder on us to avoid the sun. This morning we started early enough to avoid the heat and the sunshine. We are down a level, giving us only one runway today, unfortunately. Otherwise, we'd see this Southwest arrival here in just a moment. But I figured I would give you guys that tidbit of news that if you guys would like to see some fireworks on the 4th of July, I need to double check the Briar Creek schedule for 4th of July, and then I'm off that day, so we should be out here that evening for the fireworks. Speaking of the other side, Southwest 1300 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. That's going to be a 737-800. Sadly, no go for that one. I did try to be down at the other end on the 6th floor today, but sadly that was a no-go. Not enough spaces down there for us to be in. If we'd have been where I wanted to be, I would have been a little equipment hiking. We're in a really good spot where we are this morning. Looks like we got an American 737 making their way out of here. You know, Ramona, honestly, like I said before, I'm really surprised that ILM doesn't get more non-stop flights. I mean, it is a pretty nice vacation destination. Looks like we got a Delta A319, A320 gonna chase this American 737 out. So those two are gonna get ready for departure. Like with Myrtle Beach, I don't know how many flights Myrtle Beach gets, but I know it's not too many. But you would think that Myrtle Beach would get a lot more flights, being that it is one of the biggest beach destinations here in the mid-southwest or southeast. But I guess it's kind of like the mountains of western North Carolina and East Tennessee. They don't get a whole lot of flights either. Big vacation destination between Cherokee, North Carolina, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, Sevierville, Tennessee. Huge vacation destinations there as well. Of course, Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, their closest big airport is Knoxville, which is about an hour away. I used to drive out to Knoxville quite often. Knoxville, a nice place to hang out. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 5778. This is going to be a Delta connection. This is that one from LaGuardia. It's going to be an E175 LR. Let's see if we can get an update here on Copa. Got JetBlue from Panama City, or from San Juan, excuse me, sorry. JetBlue 404. That one's going to arrive in an hour and 21 minutes. Nothing special for that one. Aeromexico just now getting over the Gulf of Mexico there. 3 hours to arrive for that one. Copa is over, getting ready to be over Cuba. 2 hours and 9 minutes of flight time for that one. The American 777, 1 hour, 7 minutes, just south of New York. Air France, at 777-200, 3 hours and 55 minutes. So about 4 hours left to go for Air France. As we wait American and Delta's departures. So Republic 5778 from LaGuardia. Again, that's the E175 LR. Arriving here in just a minute. You can see the Delta tail there, mid-left of your screen. Again, there's an American out in front of it. That American out on the runway. It's not up on flight radar. There is a Southwest up on flight radar though. Give you this flight information here in just a moment. Like this one's either going to head to Dallas or it's headed to Miami. That's one we don't see here very often, Allegiant. Usually Allegiant flights are charter flights for us here at Hardview. Hey, we got an A319 pushback. Whoops, never mind, hold on. Speaking of Delta, here we go. Our Delta A320, A319 on the move as well. Making a nice strong left bank there. Speaking of A319s, here we go. We've got this Delta A319 getting pulled to the starting line. American Airlines, that's headed to Dallas Fort Worth. That was American 2685. That Delta A319 headed to MCO. That was Delta 1377. The one we're looking at right now came in from Orlando earlier. So this one gonna go somewhere else. Thank you, Miss Carolina, 93 likes. I appreciate you guys smashing the like button. We're almost halfway to our 200 like goal. So if you guys haven't yet smashed the like button, please do so. Again, our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways, but it's Delta Connection 5778 from LaGuardia. E175LR for the next arrival. Very quick disconnect here for the A319. The A319 in a hurry. Well, they're not, but it looked like they were. Probably will have that E175 back here in the alleyway on this side here in just a minute. I have a feeling it's going to head to one of the gates back here. Flower the Hummingbird's still sitting there, not ready to go just yet. Got a couple of Deltas for arrival here. Another E175 from Boston. So we'll see if we get that Delta Connection E175 back here in a minute. Would assume that it would go to either where that A319 was or possibly where that CRJ was a little while ago. So we're 7 away from halfway to our like goal. Please make sure you smash the like if you haven't. I'm going to keep an eye out for our E175. There is a good chance that it will go to the other side. It is finally making its way toward us. Probably should have stuck with Flower there. Of According to the computer so far, 87 degrees here, just a little after noon. We're going to get hotter as the day progresses. My wind that was blowing in, my little breeze is giving up on me here. Jay, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Come on, Delta. I saw you go down toward the end of the thing, man. Where'd you go? Maybe that Delta connection stopping out early. Here we go. We got an American A321. That one there, more than likely headed to Charlotte. One of these American Eagles here about to push back. You guys can probably hear the bells. The one closest to us getting the jetway pulled back. Dang, that's pretty good for SkyWest. Purchasing a bunch of new planes. There goes our A321. You'll see our A319 we watched push back here in just a minute. Does look like Flower is getting ready to go here for Frontier Airlines. Gonna close up the baggage door. I don't know if either one of them are up on flight radar. As a matter of fact, they are, both of them. American is headed to Miami. That's not something we normally see, an A321 to and from Miami, but I do remember that one touching down a little while ago. That one about to head back to the beautiful city of Miami. Getting ready to push back this American Eagle. Flower, the hummingbird with the beacons on, ready to go. Wish we could get some of the Embraer E2s here in the United States. I know Porter's one of the only ones in North America that's purchased any of those, as far as I know. The A319's headed to Fort Lauderdale. It came in from Tampa earlier, getting ready to make that return flight back to Florida. So these two will race to the greater southern Florida, South Florida. Those two airports not too far from each other, in fact. It's like a draw between these two getting ready to push back here. Looks like American Eagle is going to go first. Looks like our American A321 to Miami is going to be first to go. Flower for Frontier pushing back. Delta about to hit the runway here, headed to Fort Lauderdale. This A319. So we'll return to Flower in just a moment. Delta's not quite ready to go. Hiding out behind the trees. There they go. Good sound and departure here for this A319. Good morning, Pip. Hopefully you're doing well there in Tucson. Hopefully you're not dying of heat stroke as well, like much of the rest of the nation here. At least you don't have humidity. The rest of the country's going to have a major case of the SAs, depending on where you live. Heck yeah, our buddy Pip in San Diego. Are you live today or no? Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Safe travels to you, sir. Our good friend there, Pip Hastings Aviation. Going to be live in San Diego for the next couple of days, I believe. Hopefully, hopefully the weather is kind to you out there in San Diego. So we got a couple of Deltas coming in next, a couple of Delta connections. Endeavor 5114, this one's coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. This one's going to be a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. That one's going to come in before our Boston flight. Got the wonderful smell of jet fuel right in my face off of this A319 or A320. The wind wind is blowing in from right off of this plane here. Whew. It's gonna give me a headache. It smells fantastic, but it's gonna give me a headache, I know it. Hey, Jeff Davis, good morning, good afternoon to you. All right, Pip, we'll set it, if you're live this evening, I will try to set up the redirect here in just a minute. We'll customize that out, send you out to Pip later on tonight. Let's go ahead and do that while we wait on our next couple of arrivals. It's always such a walk around. It takes me forever to do this. I should have done it earlier in the day, but I forgot I didn't think he was going to be live until tomorrow. Problem is, there's two of them and I have no idea which one it is. I'm gonna have to look on the cell phone here to see which one is today's. Give me 1 second here, guys. Today is the 22nd, so it's going to be that one. Alright, so he's not going to be live until 8 p.m. However, we don't believe we're going to be live that late. As we catch last little bit of flour here. 104 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing the like button and enjoying what you're seeing. Hopefully we reach 200 by later this afternoon. So the Delta Connection CRJ touching down from Nashville, Tennessee. That CRJ should be back here in the alley here in just a few minutes. Now that we've completed that, we do have a Delta Connection from Boston. That's going to be our next arrival. That's Republic Airways 5626. It's going to be another E175. Speaking of E175s, looks like we're going to be all empty over here. We did have that other E175 that pushed back a moment ago. That did head up the hill. I believe that one went to the penalty box. So that one's gonna wait a few minutes. With the boat shop. Oh, really, Jay? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that on the news. The plane crash here recently. Hashtag likes capped at the yeah, the heat index for the next week or so is going to be awful. Brian Lloyd, good afternoon. Again, you guys, after the show, depending on what time we end, I mean, even still, I'll be sending you over to Pip Hastings Aviation there in San Diego. Please make sure once we go over there, you guys smash the like button for his show. Again, he's not due to start until 8 p.m. our local time, so another 8 hours away for the Pipster. Hopefully Pip can get on the air early. I don't know exactly where he's at there in San Diego. We're probably going to end around 4:30, 5 o'clock this afternoon. As soon as the sun starts to creep in on us. It's going to be a hot one. Our buddy Scott Leonard was hanging out with us here a few weeks ago on a Wednesday. And it wasn't even in the 90s. It was like mid 80s, and the sun was creeping in on us, and it was very, very hot. So I can only imagine how hot it's going to be today. If this breeze keeps up, maybe it won't be too terribly bad. Got that CRJ back here in the alley. That's what you guys are hearing now. Again, this one from Nashville, Tennessee. Doesn't look like anybody's out here ready to marshal. Got that other American Eagle finally on the move. Gonna wait on these guys to get out here to marshal in our CRJ. So Flower is going to be Frontier at 10:39. She's going to head to Orlando. Early afternoon MCO flight there for Frontier Airlines. Thank you, Jay, for the update. American 173 Heavy, 38 minutes away. One of our more exciting arrivals of the day. Again, we are going to try to stay here for at least the arrival of Air France. Probably try to stay here for the arrival of Aeromexico as well. Aeromexico is still 3 hours away. Well, they're taking their time here, aren't they? Getting anybody over here to marshal this one in. Gonna have that E175 coming back here as well. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update. 105 likes. The other American Eagle E175 headed up the hill now as well. Both of those going to the penalty box. Doesn't look like either the other one left on the other side. Here comes that E175 around the corner. That one there is going to have to hold. Wait for these two to straighten out. I think we've got the other CRJ you guys saw back here a moment ago. That one's getting ready to push back. So one trying to get into the gate, one trying to get out of the gate. All delayed. Looks like we don't have another arrival on this side for a little bit here, another 20 minutes or so. Looks like an A319 from Philadelphia. American Airlines 2781. Again, apologies for only having one side of the airport today. Nothing we can do about that. Trying to avoid as much of the heat as possible. High heat indexes today and throughout the rest of this week. No rain in sight either to hopefully cool things down. Going to be a very interesting week here in the triangle as far as the weather goes. So the E-175 waits on these two CRJs. Still nobody over here to marshal in our Nashville flight. According to the laptop now, we're looking at 91 degrees here at high noon. Well, not quite high noon, 12:30 in the afternoon. 91 degrees. Do we have, ooh, well, Delta surprising us really well today. Delta bringing another 757-200 this afternoon. Arriving at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Another one coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. This will probably be the last one of the day. I feel like they've only been flying the 75s early in the morning as of late. So another 757 arrival and departure later this afternoon, about 30 minutes away. Got Flower off to Orlando. Headed to Mickey Mouse Town. I wonder how many folks on this flight are headed to Disney World. Gonna go suffer Disney. There is somebody wearing a sweatshirt down below us. Really? Lord. They're offloading out of their car wearing a sweatshirt. Nice left bank. Alright, so you guys heard me talking about it a minute ago. This one's ready to go. As you can see, the top of the tail of the one from Nashville here. Trying to go to this gate right here. Nobody over here to bring this one in. So that means this one plane here is delaying at 2. The one departure and then the other arrival coming in. Drew, good afternoon. Happy Sunday. Welcome to another episode of the show. Let's get an update on Copa. Copa entering South Florida already. Copa is now 1 hour and 35 minutes away. The American 777 just outside of Washington, D.C. No, well south of D.C. Getting ready to enter into Virginia about right there at Norfolk, Virginia. So the American 777 from London, 30 minutes away now. There we go. Finally, we're gathering some folks over here to marshal this one in. man, 10 minutes later. There we go, finally the crew out there to marshal this one. See, there we go. Now the other one can push back. I imagine our E-175 will go right here. The one we were looking at out there. Tommy Gaming Channel, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone is having a wonderful Sunday. I know we're excited to be back on air after a week off. If you're on board this CRJ, give us a wave. Push that CRJ back and then pull it back forward to the starting line here in just a moment. So if anybody's watching the shows on board there, give us a wave. Nice close look at the CRJ. Eric Thompson, good afternoon. So the CRJ being pulled to the starting line, that red line you guys see there underneath the CRJ. If you guys don't know, they have a specific line they have to be pulled to before starting engines, so they don't damage any equipment or the building. If you guys are new to the show or new to the channel, so they got to pull them out to this line. Again, that E175 is still waiting for this one, delayed by the CRJ that just pulled in. So as they disconnect this one, we're waiting for our next arrival. We had an Avello leave over on the other side. Avello 684 headed to Rochester. Gonna have a Southwest land over on the other side as well here in just a moment. Southwest from Dallas Loves Field. 7 minutes for our next arrival from Philadelphia, that American A319. Ryan, good afternoon. Again, thank you guys for joining us on this Sunday. Started early, beat the heat. Make sure if you guys are just joining us, make sure you smash the like button. We're trying to get to 200 likes today. I think we're at 107 or 110 so far. We're a little over halfway to reaching our 200 like goal this afternoon. A lot of action left to go here this afternoon. Heading to RDU. Nice. We'll be out here, Eric, on the 4th of July. I don't have a start time set for the 4th of July yet. I am off that day. Again, it'll all depend on the heat. We're going to be here for the fireworks on 4th of July, if you guys are just joining us. I need to check the festivities over there at Briar Creek, make sure that we're able to capture fireworks. Hopefully we don't have to adjust any days. As a matter of fact, if Miss Carolina's watching, if she'll look to see when Briar Creek's 4th of July special is. As we await this CRJ departure. We did have one of the American Eagles that went up to the penalty box head out to the end of the runway, so that one will be ready for departure here momentarily. So we get one semi-final look here at the CRJ, final close-up. I'm sure the E175 here is excited for this one to be getting out of the way finally. Alex, good morning, good afternoon. American Eagle ready to go, making their way out onto the runway. We had several headed out to Los Angeles this morning. We were talking about it shortly after we started the show. Talking about American Eagle, or the American and Deltas both making their way out to LAX. Those will be returning later this afternoon. Don't know that we'll be here for those arrivals. So Jay, there's no word on when that flight has a possibility of returning to the A350, but I know what you mean. I do miss the A350, to be honest. I love the 777, but the A350 is definitely one of my favorites. So there's no rumors, there's no anything like that right now. Normally. We'll see what they decide to do. They did do a week of the Dreamliner a few weeks ago due to their 777s being down for heavy maintenance, I believe somebody said. They all have their sunshades up, which I get it. Do have somebody out here marshaling this one in. Looks like we got a Delta 737 on the move. Should have here in about 13 minutes our 757 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Our second 757 of the morning and afternoon here. Probably the last one of the day. Again, American Airlines 2781 here on final. Arriving now. It says 3 minutes, but it looks closer on a flight radar. It's coming in from Philadelphia. It's going to be an A319 from Philadelphia. So that means this Delta right here, this 737, is more than likely headed back to Atlanta. Had several Atlanta flights already. Had an A321, the 757. This one, and going to be another 757 in about 12 minutes. Southwest of Baltimore is out in front of us somewhere. Probably already above the clouds. There goes that CRJ we watched from back here a moment ago. Looks like the American 777 has entered North Carolina. American 173 heavy now 15 minutes away. So the CRJ, you can see I'm moving the cargo handler. Now I saw a shot on Facebook the other day. I did peruse Facebook once or twice over the past week. Again, a big social media deal this weekend. Staying away from it kind of deal. Trying to stay busy. Anyway, somebody had posted a shot that the American 777 was right there on the corner one day this past week. And Air France over on its normal gate. So maybe we'll have that today. We'll have the American 777 over there. But we do have Copa later, so I don't know that they'll be able to do that. Copa's now about an hour away. Copa entered South Florida about 15 minutes ago, 15, 20 minutes ago. Copa about to pass Orlando. That 757 is just south of the airport here. A319 from Philly is going to be our next one on final. Looks like that 737-900 might decide. No, they don't have time for that. Stopping right there because there's Philadelphia. A319 from So Jay, they've started the 2040 project. It is very, very slow. They got all this dirt moved. You'll see it here in the background just behind this A319 here in a minute, where they've started the new runway. Nicholas from the UK, good afternoon. Almost evening for you guys there in the UK. But you'll see here in the background of the A319 the dirt they've moved, getting ready for all of this new runway stuff. They have definitely started the project. This is probably the only thing they've started so far. I know they're updating one of the parking lots or something, just out toward the end, so they can make some parking adjustments. So there's that A319 from Philadelphia. Delta about to get a move on. Delta, we got another one ready for departure. We're heading out to the runway here, I should say. Safe travels to that Delta indeed. Again, I believe that one headed to Atlanta. It is Delta 2633 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. Going to be an interesting set of arrivals here. Looks like Delta's going to arrive in that 757 first, and then we're going to have our American 173 Heavy from London, that 777. Here in just a few minutes. Got a Breeze and an exec jet between the two of them, but those are going to come in at 2-3 left. So again, make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Trying to reach 200 today. We are pretty well over the halfway mark. Still got about 4 hours left in today's show, 4 or 5 hours here. Got all the batteries fully charged, ready to go. Everything looking good as far as that goes. Here comes our Delta A320, A319. Might be headed back to Minneapolis. So let's go down here and check out our CRJ while I give you guys some flight information and check on our 757. 757 has turned on to final. That Delta is headed to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Delta 2519. It was an A320 200. Delta 3245 has turned on final. Working on turning on final here from Atlanta. That is our 757 200. Looks like we got Frontier on the move over on the other side. I believe that might be Klondike the Polar Bear. Ready for their departure. I think you're right, Jay. I do believe that the 757s are only deployed here to RDU in the mornings. Because it's very rare in the afternoons, so doing more afternoon shows than any, that we see the 757s anymore. So hopefully with us doing more morning shows as we start the summer here, we'll see more of those 757s. So we're going to try to start and do more morning shows here on Sundays to avoid as much of the heat as possible. Plus, I know some of you guys have been asking for early morning shows. Maybe one Sunday we'll pop out here to do a sunrise show. Or who knows, maybe we'll pop out somewhere else and do a sunrise show. We'll have to see how things turn out here in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, the 757 is definitely one of my favorites, and I've missed it quite a lot, actually. So that one now arriving in 1 minute. Total flight time is going to be about 58 minutes of flight time for the 757. Brought a nice cooler bag with some nice cold drinks this morning. Here comes our 75. Our 757 is going to be followed by the American 777 from London. American 173 Heavy is already on final behind the 75. No, Jay, they do. They have, they keep several C-17s over there in Charlotte. Bit of a stiff touchdown for our 757. Make sure you guys smash the like button too. Even if you're just here for the 777, please make sure you smash the like button. Now the 777 is up next. Been having a lot of that number fluctuation with our 777s in and out lately, so make sure you guys are smashing the like button. That one not looking so hot there on the tail, is it? Nice quiet arrival for that 75. Looks like we got an American on the move along with Klondike the Polar Bear. Next arrival is going to be the American 777. Again, if you guys are just coming in for the 777, please smash the like button regardless. It helps the channel. If you guys want to continue to see our 777s, that helps keep the channel going. So please smash the like button. Again, we're on our way to 200 likes today. Alright, so American 173 Heavy from London Heathrow, 7 hours and 44 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down here in RDU. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, 133 likes. Again, smash it if you haven't. Helps us bring you guys the planes, your favorite planes. So again, make sure you smash the like button. Going to be here for the Air France 777 arrival later this afternoon. So Jay, our Frankfurt flight for Lufthansa is a normal flight, 3 days a week, 5 days a week. We don't normally see it. We don't normally come out here on Saturday. Saturday shows don't typically go too well. Alright, so here's our 777 from London. About 7 hours and 45 minutes here. Nice sounding arrival there. Looks like we've got Frontier, Klondike, getting ready for departure here. So we'll see the American 777. Hopefully we'll see it make its way around the corner there. I have a feeling that we're a little too far down to see it round the corner, but we'll do the best of our abilities. Again, next up, Frontier Airlines. This is going to be Klondike. We've got Frontier coming in from Philadelphia, but it looks like Frontier, it's going to be Thunder the Bison, but it looks like they're on 23 left, which is kind of odd. Come on, Klondike. There we go. Flight information here on Klondike as soon as they leave. Kind of botched that departure there. Trying to launch the 777 as well. So the 777 making the turn. Got a CRJ out for departure there. Fingers crossed we see some of the 777 around in the corner. Got a second here. We'll go to the CRJ. Get a little bit of our triple. So it looks like it's going to C24 there. It's kind of so Jay, you can. So there are you can go to some of the military bases and do some filming. I got a friend of ours wants us to go out to Seymour Johnson and do some shows. They're typically busy on the weekends though, or not the weekends, during the week. Thursday's one of the best days to go out to Seymour, and again, I'm always working on Thursdays. So I imagine this A321 headed to Charlotte. Give you that information on those two departures here in just a moment. We do have an arrival. Looks like another CRJ. Oh, an exec jet. We saw this one leave earlier. This one SAS. This one left earlier in the morning. The party plane, I like to call it, with the streamers on the side. Not the tri-jet for this one today. They need to bring out the Boeing business jet. We haven't seen that one in quite a while either. They're a Boeing business jet. Looks like we got another one. We got a SkyWest charter coming in next, coming in from Atlantic City. This one's going to be a CRJ 200. Again, I'll give you the flight info for the other two here in just a moment. Got a United Express hanging out at the end of the runway. American at A321, that's American 2688 headed to Charlotte, North Carolina. Frontier headed to Dallas. Klondike, the Polar Bear, headed to Dallas, Fort Worth. Again, SkyWest charter. 4033. And that's going to be that CRJ 200 as our party plane heads out. We've got a United Express heading out onto the tarmac. So rumor has it that Lufthansa is going to bring the A340 more this summer. And as far as the KC-135s, those are like a toss-up. We never know when they're going to be here. But we have seen them here on the show before. Again, Lufthansa was talking about bringing the A340 more this summer, which may cause us to do a couple of Saturday shows. I do enjoy the A340. Now, if they would bring their A350 as well, that would be fantastic too. Delta CRJ headed up the hill there into the penalty box. Our CRJ 200 about to touch down for SkyWest Charters. Another Frontier on the move as well now. Again, if you just missed it, the 777 landed a few minutes ago. Next arrival is Republic Airways at 5823. This is going to be a Delta Connection E175LR coming in from Orlando. That United's headed back to Houston. That's the one we saw come in from Houston earlier this morning. Where did that SkyWest go? It might have snuck on down here to the end. I don't know if that E175 will come back here or not for a Delta connection. Looks like our next arrival is going to be in just a few minutes. Coming in from JFK is going to be another CRJ. That's another one we haven't seen in quite a while. The 717s. Used to see the 717 from Detroit, Michigan all the time. Seems like lately they've pulled back on that. Looks like we've got another arrival here, possibly another exec jet. Nope, it's a Delta A321 diverting from JFK. Thank you, Jeff, for that information. So an A321 here from Delta coming in from JFK. So the penalty box is where they go and they sit and they wait for either a gate or their departure slot. So we have one here at RDU where they go and they sit and wait for different places. Gotta wait on their timed slots to leave, or the gate, of course. What's up, V-Dub? So again, this one diverting from LaGuardia. This A321. There's our E175. And of course, there's nobody out here to marshal this E175. We've seen that several times already today. Speaking of the penalty box, we've got one of those American Eagles. Boy, they pulled out forever ago. That one there probably sitting up in the penalty box for about an hour. So one of them headed out now. I know the other one headed out a little while ago. This one finally heading out of the penalty box. Both of those went up there. Patrick, good afternoon. Happy Sunday. Again, a huge good afternoon. Happy Sunday, everybody. Thank you guys for spending your morning and your afternoon with us here. Started early. We're going to try and start doing early morning shows on Sundays. Everything looks better in the morning as far as lighting goes. Right now is our normal time to start, about 1 p.m. So we did change things up. Is that a new tug? Interesting looking pushback tug there. I don't know that I've seen that one. So Delta there on D12. Alright, let's get an update here on some of our notable mentions this afternoon. Got JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico here in the next few minutes. That one about 22 minutes away, flying in over Wilmington. Copa Airlines now in Georgia. Copa's now 52 minutes away. Aeromexico is now over Louisiana, arriving now in 1 hour 38 minutes. Then we check on our other 777. Air France still not in the country yet. 2 hours and 25 minutes for Air France. Those are our major notables here for the next few hours. Looks like we're going to have another Air Canada. Air Canada from Montreal, still on the ground there in Canada. We're about to have this American Eagle departure, followed by the arrival of Endeavour 5072 from JFK, another CRJ. The American Eagle, though, is on the move. Jade, normally we use ATC Live. Unfortunately, ATC Live over the last few weeks has not been working. I don't know that it's working today. I didn't even bother checking it because over the last month, ATC Live has been down. We need to get a radio in place of ATC Live. I just enjoyed being able to use the app and pipe everything in via Bluetooth. I need to see if I can find a radio with Bluetooth or some sort of connectivity to our soundboard in order to be able to do it. But again, normally it comes in via Bluetooth. I guess we could check to see if it's working. Again, it's been a month it's been down, so let's see. Still doesn't look like it's ATC Live is working. I need to find another. I know there's another ATC website we could use. I just need to figure out which one it is. He's still nothing out of ATC Live, unfortunately. ATC Live, if you're watching, So that American Eagle, that's headed to LaGuardia. That was Republic Airways 4459. Next arrival is going to be another one from JFK. It's going to be Endeavor 5072. That's going to be another CRJ 900LR. That one arriving here in 3 minutes. Then the race is on between United 2708, 737 MAX 8 coming in from Washington Dulles, and JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. So those two will be racing in here shortly. Thank you, Patrick. Maybe we'll try that one. Maybe it's just the main tower. The main tower here that's not up and going. So let's try. Let's see if we can get it to work on. You said that was approach and departure. Let's see if we can make that one work. It does look like it's working, don't it? See if we can get it connected here to our box here. All right, so maybe we'll have some ATC here for you guys. Oops, wrong button. It's definitely working, but it's not. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. I can't hear it. And I hear everything you guys hear. So, looks like, it doesn't look like it's working very well here on the phone. Bluetooth is all the way up. I have the volumes all the way up. Hold on, let me make sure I don't have a button we're not supposed to have pressed here. Alright, there we go. There's a little ATC. Was messing with the wrong thing there. Well, at least one of our channels is working. Thank you, Miss Carolina. We have made it to 150 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button. Again, I apologize for missing our CRJ arrival there. Trying to get you guys some ATC going. Been a while since we've had ATC. Looks like we've got United. So the race between United 2708 from Washington Dulles, that is going to be that MAX 9. That one arriving now in just a few minutes. 10 minutes according to flight radar, and 10 minutes according to flight radar for JetBlue 404. So those two are going to arrive back to back here. One from San Juan, Puerto Rico, and the other from Washington Dulles. Unfortunately, our San Juan, Puerto Rico flight is nothing special today. No special livery or anything. Not even the new livery. It's going to be the old JetBlue livery. So, check out this CRJ. We got another one headed out to the end of the runway there. Again, I apologize for staying static here for so long, trying to handle all of this stuff here behind the scenes. But we do have that CRJ on the way out. That one looks like it came down from the penalty box a moment ago. So it's good to hear that we have ATC. According to the computer, we're still talking 91 degrees here in Mooresville, North Carolina. Still a hot one. The humidity is very, very high. Again, we're in the shade, no breeze, unfortunately. I was hoping for a little bit of wind today, but doesn't look like we're going to get any. Sadly. So that CRJ heads out again. It was in the penalty box for a little while. Looks like JetBlue might beat United. I think United might have slowed down a little bit here. Need to pull out my cooling rag. I don't even know where it's at. I have to find it when I get home. I have one of those cool things. I think it's in the back of the car. At home. Good afternoon, Molly. Hopefully you're staying nice and cool today. We're definitely trying here at the airport. This semi-slow Sunday so far. It's been a good show so far. We do still have that 757 from Atlanta here on the ground, so that one will be leaving here shortly. That's what we like to see. Molly with the update. Here, I'll put that up on the screen for you guys. Today at RDU, 200 departures and 201 arrivals on this very steamy Sunday afternoon. And again, if you guys are just joining us, we are down a runway for the show. We can't see 23 left, so we're seeing about half of the action this afternoon and this morning, unfortunately, due to sun avoidance. Thank you, Molly. I greatly appreciate that. I'm glad you guys have missed the show. I'm glad we're back. Again, we took that week off. Had some issues to deal with, but everyone is doing well now. So we're back on the air. Hopefully we can finish out the rest of the summer with no more issues. We're going to try to anyway. We're going to make some changes for the summer months here to benefit everyone. So the Delta CRJ finally on the move after being in the penalty box for a little bit. AZ 620. Yeah, so we're not the busier airport here in North Carolina, but we definitely have a lot more variety than anyone else in the state. As you guys know, Charlotte is the 6th busiest airport in the world, beating out Los Angeles last year, but and as many of you guys have seen it from plenty of our shows in Charlotte, and we've sustained some complaints there. When we go to Charlotte, everybody's like, oh, there's too much American here in Charlotte. So, you know, Charlotte's busy, but again, it's a lot of American airlines. We do love Charlotte, but nonetheless, absolutely love heading down to Charlotte. Beautiful airport there. Love what they did with the observation deck. Just they need to work on their variety a little bit, in my opinion. Temps at RDU 91 feels like 95. Thank you, Molly. J-Ro, good afternoon. So United did in fact beat JetBlue. So United will be our next arrival. That departure a moment ago, that CRJ was Endeavor 5273. That one headed it back to Newark, New Jersey. I feel like there's some delays in the Northeast at the moment. I think there's some weather up around the Poconos in Pennsylvania and a couple other places in the north. There you go, Molly with the information on Charlotte. Today it's Charlotte, 725 departures, 723 arrivals. Thank you, Molly, for those updates. Molly, our resident mod. Our mods do a wonderful job. Brian, Lloyd, Molly, and Miss Ramona, the only mods I've seen so far today. And, of course, Miss Carolina. Miss Carolina watches in the background. Yeah, so last year, Charlotte beat out LAX as being the 6th busiest airport in the nation, bumping LAX back to number 7. Scott Leonard, good afternoon. Good buddy Scott there. So again, if you guys are just joining us, as several of you are, 4th of July weekend, got some plans for 4th of July. We'll be here. We got to look to see if Briar Creek is doing 4th of July fireworks again this year. We're going to be up here at the airport for 4th of July, and then we're going to try our best to go out of town and give you guys some shows from somewhere else. So it should be an exciting weekend there. It's a 3-day weekend for myself. So we're going to try to give you guys something a little different come 4th of July. Again, United from Washington Dulles. As I lose grip on the camera here. 737 MAX 9 from Dulles. So you guys talking about air conditioning there, Scott. I'm super excited that we got our AC fixed a couple of weeks ago. As you guys know, we spent a good chunk of the spring with no air conditioning in our house. We did get it fixed just in time. Don't know that we would be able to survive the upcoming week without air conditioning in the house, especially here. If we were still in my house in the mountains, obviously that's generally not that big of a deal, but here with the really, really high humidity and the heat, definitely would have been a problem not having our air conditioner fixed. And Molly with LAX's departures and arrivals. There you go. There's the proof. LAX only 6:23 and 6:15. So Charlotte is busier. But you can't beat the variety in LA. LA gets everybody, everything. Unlike I said, Charlotte. 90% American Airlines there in Charlotte, North Carolina. That United MAX about to make its way around the corner. That's going to be followed by JetBlue here in just a moment. Oh, nope. JetBlue playing games. Unfortunately, JetBlue over on 23 left. JetBlue 404 coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. So if any of you are in the area and interested in catching fireworks from up here on the parking garage while we do our show, you can come and hang out with us. Yeah, I'm so ecstatic. We got a whole new system installed at the house. So there we go, this Delta E-175 moving. Looks like United turned off, went to the corner gate there on the other side of the D gates. So there are a Z620. We just had our American 777 from London land about 1 o'clock. We have Air France here in a little while, around the 4 p.m. hour. We have Lufthansa that comes from Europe as well, along with a bunch of other flights. Ha! Oh, they lied to me. There's JetBlue. Wasn't supposed to be a special or new livery today. I guess this one's not updated on Flight Radar. So there's a JetBlue 404 coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico, in that beautiful orange wing-tipped A320. Dude, Scott, that would be so amazing in my opinion, to be in the air over on the 4th of July. To me, that would be absolutely stunning to be in the air on 4th of July. That's something I've always wanted to do. Next arrival is another Delta CRJ. We're going to skip out on that. We're going to stick with our beautiful JetBlue here. It's going to be Endeavor 4944 coming in from Austin, Texas. 2 hours and 39 minutes of flight time for the CRJ. Oof. Again, another one that I don't know that I'd want to be on for that long of flight time. Carolyn, good afternoon. Mine and Molly's debate here over orange and pink tips. I think the orange ones look better. Just my opinion. As JetBlue, fingers crossed, as JetBlue comes back here to the alleyway. We'll catch that one around here on the other side of the terminal if it comes around here to gate C10, C12. Speaking of our international flights, we'll check on those in just a minute. Our next arrival is going to be Delta 2521 from Minneapolis. It's going to be an A320. Copa Airlines is going to be our next international flight there from Panama City. That one arriving in just 26 minutes. The airspace here has filled up quite significantly as far as arrivals go. So that is absolutely fantastic. Air France is still 2 hours away, so we'll be here for that arrival. Again, our next arrival is Delta 2521 from Minneapolis. It's going to be an A320. Thank you, Nelia. Good evening to you over in Madeira. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see Nelia here in the chat a little later on. Oops. Sorry, I'm looking at this CRJ coming back here into the alley. Nice sounding arrival for that A320. Still no one over here to Marshall Delta. Seems to be the norm right now this afternoon. There is nobody in the alleyway here on the seaside of the gates. Next arrival is going to be an American Airlines 1897 coming in from Charlotte. Speaking of Charlotte, it's going to be a 737-800. Yes, you heard me correctly. That will be a 737-800. I know everyone, we're used to seeing the A321s from Charlotte, but today it's going to be that 737-8. I was hoping for JetBlue to come around the corner here. I don't see it just yet. Again, the CRJ waiting for somebody to come marshal them to the gate. That's been the main talk of the afternoon here. There's American from Charlotte. So again, good evening everybody from Nelia's show. A huge thank you to her for sending you guys this way. So a lot of stuff there to watch there in Europe. I know LA Flights is back on today over in Frankfurt. Watching their show yesterday from Frankfurt. Again, big surprise here. this 737 arriving from Charlotte, something we don't see very often. Let's get the name on our A320. A little blue with you, I believe, will do, or a little blue will do. Here for our beautiful orange tips on this A320. Hey, we got a surprise blueberry headed down the hill there at the top of your screen. Southwest Airlines Max. Maybe not a Max. Looks like a regular 800. Get a good look at my favorite orange tips. Those winglets look really, really good. Thank you, Miss Carolina. We need 34 likes to hit 100. Make sure if you guys are just tuning in and able to hit that like button, please do so. As we check out the JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Thank you, Molly. 164 likes. So we're getting closer to our 200 like goal. So again, if you guys haven't, smash that like button. We wait on this CRJ to come in and be quiet. Finally marshalling it in. And the surprise blueberry out there in the Southwest, headed out to the end of the runway for departure. Check this guy out. Here we go. This is what I should do for a living. Drive buses. I think it'd be cool to drive a coach. Gotta get my CDLs for that though. Alright, who's going to be our next arrival? We've got Southwest on the backside, along with Breeze on the backside. Breeze from Albany. Southwest from Fort Lauderdale. Looks like our next arrival is going to be an American Eagle, operated by Envoy. 4152, coming in from Matman, neck of the woods there, coming in from Chicago O'Hare. Molly, maybe that's what you should do in the summer, is go drive a coach. you could drive for Greyhound or somebody. But then you might make more money doing that than teaching. Who knows? I don't know how much coach drivers make, to be honest. I think it would be cool. I do follow a channel of a guy who owns a couple of coaches on YouTube. I watch quite a bit of his content every now and then. He owns he bought a business, or bought a coach company out of Peoria, Illinois, I believe. So there we go, our surprise Southwest Blueberry, our one and only Southwest of the day so far. Headed out, 737-800. Oh, you gave up your CDL? What? Why would you do that? I thought about getting my CDL just to see what kind of jobs I could get. Andy. Good afternoon. So again, Southwest getting out of here. There's another one I thought out at the end of the runway. We've got a Delta A320 sitting here waiting. I imagine this A320 right here is waiting for the Delta 757 to get a move on here. Hey, we might have some Spirit action here in just a minute on this side. Southwest 2341, the one that just departed, that is headed to Las Vegas, Nevada. Headed out to Sin City. So we do have Spirit taking a flight path over here to the west of the airport, which generally means it'll be landing on 23 right. Normally they land 23 left, so fingers crossed we'll get the Flying Potassium over here in just a minute. Again, our next arrival is going to be that American Eagle from Mattman's neck of the woods, followed by a couple of Delta. We've got Delta 3238 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Another 737-9, which means our 757 should be ready to go here any minute. They'll swap those two out. And then we've got Delta 2164 coming in from Detroit, Michigan. 1 hour and 5 minutes of flight time for that one. That one is an A320. The flight from Atlanta only taking 54 minutes, and from Chicago 1 hour and 30 minutes for that American Eagle. Well, that's not too bad, I guess. You would think a coach driver would get paid more than that, though. Especially since you've got so many people's lives in your hand. You know what I mean? Because I know for like the city of Raleigh, you start at like $26, $27 an hour to drive a bus. If I'm not mistaken. I think that's what it was the last time I looked it up. So to drive one of the buses around the wonderful city of Raleigh. Pretty good amount of change. We do have a Delta sitting out here, just beyond this tree. I think that's that E175 we saw push back from here earlier. A lot of Delta sitting around waiting at the moment. That's kind of what I figured, depending on experience and other factors. That's not, you know, to travel, that's not too terrible. Plus you get all your food and stays paid for, so I guess they gotta kind of figure that into the cost of what you're making, maybe. I don't really know. I know some companies pay for lodging and food as well. So here we go, Delta from Atlanta. This is 737. So Molly, you're going to follow your students from last year. Or did you change schools? Did our ATC give up again? Alright, let's check on our ATC here. Give me 1 second. Try and do this before we get our string of arrivals. Yeah, it did. an American Eagle coming in from Chicago. That's this one here. Next arrival is Delta 2164 from Detroit, an A320-200. That's going to be our next arrival. Nice. So you will be following your students from last year. They're gonna have a big surprise when they see you next year. Or did they know that they have the opportunity to have you next year? Nice Delta landing, and I do apologize, I am doing the arrivals left-handed, so the arrivals aren't as smooth as they should be. I only have a left-handed thing on the tripod here, so it's hard for me to make that twist over to the other side of the tripod here. So we got American Eagle up next, Republic Airways 4545 coming in from LaGuardia. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, 164 likes. There is that 737 from Atlanta. Let's go ahead and switch hands here. So that one, looks like we got problems here with Delta. So this one will sit here at the end of the terminal to wait for a gate, along with the one that's already sitting at the other end of the terminal. Sitting at the other end, waiting for a gate as well. So Delta's struggling a little bit here this afternoon. So Republic from LaGuardia, this is an American Eagle. E175. Last week. Well, that's not good. So your 5th grade class, or well, 4th grade class from last year will definitely be surprised. To see you. So again, that one from Atlanta, sitting over here waiting for a gate. So again, yes, 164 likes. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Getting close to our 200 like goal here for the day. Still have a lot of action here this afternoon. It is 93 degrees so far this afternoon. We still have our Air France arrival, as well as Copa and Aero Mexico. Next arrival, however, is going to be United 2653, another MAX 8 coming in from Mattman's neck of the woods. It's United MAX 8 from Chicago. 305 from Atlanta, or to Atlanta, should be ready to go here shortly. Again, it looks like they're having all kinds of issues. Looks like our next arrival, in fact, will be Spirit Airlines 2682. This one coming in from New Orleans. Dang it. I don't know why I can't keep ATC working. So Spirit Airlines is going to be our next arrival here on 23 right. It's there, it just stops working all the time. So we're going to have to figure something out here for ATC before too long. This is getting annoying. Changing the planes there. Here comes our Flying Potassium. Coming in from New Orleans. Copa Airlines just west of the airport as well. So Copa is going to be one of our next arrivals here. 737. Wonder if this is the same plane that flew to New Orleans from here earlier this morning. Here we got an American A319 headed out for departure. Spirit Airlines very late on the brakes. Wonder if they'll go up the hill here, or if they'll go full length and go up the hill, or if they'll come back this way and go up the hill. Got that Delta E175 ready for departure out at the end of the runway. That one's gonna go here in just a minute. Spirit going, looks like full length. ATC stopped again. What is going on with you today? My whole phone is messed up, it looks like, today. Which makes sense. It is hot out here, but I don't know. Nothing internet-wise wants to work. Alright, so we're going to give up on ATC once again. I apologize, we can't keep ATC, you guys. Is Spirit going to go up the hill? Let's find out. Spirit is going full length, headed up the hill again. That one from New Orleans. It's not often we see Spirit Airlines, even though they've added 5 new flights this summer alone. Copa making that right turn around for final here. So Copa finally turning on to final. So we catch the last little bit of Spirit Airlines here. Got the E175 for Delta. American, that A319 sitting out there. I imagine they'll wait for Copa Airlines to land. There's a good possibility they won't, though. Copa's still good enough out. So that Delta connection E175 is Republic Airways 5602. That's headed to Boston, Mass. Headed up to Boston Logan. I think this A319 out at the end of the runway, that's going to be headed back to Philadelphia. Possibly going other places, but I think it's headed to Philly. So again, Copa's our next arrival. Still not in view just yet. So this one taking 4 hours and 2 minutes of flight time. It's going to be about 4:05 by the time they touch down here. And it is the 737-800, not a MAX today. Still the 800. There's our Copa. Nice arrival for Copa Airlines. About to have that American A319. Or is that an A320? We'll know in a minute what it is. Could be an A321. Looks like an A319 when I saw it headed out there. Gonna be shy and hide behind the tree for a minute. Nice departure for American. We got a little rapid fire departure action happening here. The Delta E175 getting out of here. shot there. The American Eagles, Delta, and Copa Airlines. So, the last Delta there, that was Republic Airways at 5609. That's headed to MCO. The American in front of it was, in fact, the A319 headed it back to Philadelphia. Boy, the Delta's really having some delays here. Again, that 757 is still here. Still haven't seen any movement out of it yet. Again, this one right here probably going to take that gate, because this Delta right here that you guys are seeing waiting for a gate did come in from Atlanta a little bit ago. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Frontier 3322 from Miami here in just a few minutes. Forrest, the northern spotted something or other. It cuts it off, so I have no idea what kind of animal we got there on board that one. Let's check on some of our other international flights. Aeromexico now over Georgia. That one arriving in just 46 minutes. Air France just now getting to Boston, I believe. Just south of Boston. Still has an hour and 30 minutes left in their flight. And the sun is starting to encroach on us. What's up, Zoe? Good afternoon. Good. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're staying cool. So this is what we were talking about earlier. I'm going to try to give you guys a close-up shot here. So you see the sun right here on the rail, right center of your screen. Well, that's what we're watching now. Watching to make sure that sunlight's going to be on us before we know it. And it's going to be very, very hot. We are pushed. I am away from the edge as much as possible this afternoon. Again, I do have a new device I want to try. We'll see how that goes. But again, we're just trying to protect the equipment. And of course, as you guys know, as soon as the sun reaches me, it'll be over-ish. Frontier's in a hurry. That looked like it was further away than it is. So Frontier now just west of the airport. Again, I haven't been able to really see too many of the flights that are west of us. And again, we're still waiting on that 757 departure. Hopefully soon. So Ryan, Copa's on an international gate. So Copa, that gate's been open all day. It is specifically set up for Copa Airlines there. Delta's waiting on another Delta to get out of the way, I think. We had an A320 sitting down here at the opposite end of the terminals here waiting for a gate as well. So Delta's kind of backed up at the moment. Again, like I said, that one came in, the one you're looking at there on your screen is from Atlanta, Georgia. We do have a 757 scheduled to go back to Atlanta anytime now. I have a feeling that is the gate that this 737 is waiting for. So Delta playing the waiting game. It's in kind of a makeshift penalty box here. So we'll be waiting for that 757's departure here in just a few minutes. Frontier 3322 turning right on final here. Making those last few adjustments. So again, waiting for Delta to make that move. Gonna have JetBlue back to San Juan, Puerto Rico here in just a little while. That one's sitting down there. They got the AC hooked up to that one. Looks like they're not running their APU, which makes perfect sense. We'll have the 777 push back here in about 30 minutes or so. Maybe a little more than 30 minutes. They'll bring that one over to the D gate so that Air France can have the current gate that it's sitting on. Here we go. Finally, some movement out of Delta. Not this one, but it does appear to be our 757 possibly. There it is. So now you'll see the 75 will go by, and there goes the other one from Atlanta. So there you go. Just as I expected. So now the 757 out. That 737 can take that gate. Another amazing departure here from our second 7.5 of the day. More than likely our last 7.5 of the afternoon. Thank you, Molly, for posting the link to the merch if you guys are interested in any of our merch. going on down below us. Alright, Frontier is going to be our next arrival. That one on finally. Going to touch down here momentarily. It's a spotted owl, it looks like. Man, how many owls does Frontier fly? Daisy and Parrish. What's the other one? Forest. So at least 4. We flew on the other one and I can't remember the name of it now. So Forrest the spotted owl. Surprised you didn't get one of the white and pink ones. I think Miss Carolina got one of the white and pink ones. Still haven't gotten mine yet. I need to get one of our official shirts. So hopefully we'll see Forrest back here in just a minute. Looks like they might be getting ready to accept Forrest here around the corner. And again, the American 777 should be pushing back here in about 31 minutes. Thank you, Molly, for the update. 184 likes. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, you please do so. Again, that helps keep this channel going. So you guys smashing that like button, as well as any contributions. I need to figure out when we're going to gift out our last 5 Carolina Aviation memberships for the month of June. I think it'll be next Sunday. We'll gift out those last 5 for this month. And then, of course, on 4th of July, I think we'll gift out the ones at the beginning of July. So if you guys are interested in that as well, again, we'll be gifting out those memberships. Dang it. Our 757's getting ready to depart here. So we'll get a good look at Forrest here in a minute after this departure. They might already be at their gate. But our 75 to Atlanta. So I think that's what we'll do on the 4th of July as well. Gift out the first set of July memberships on the 4th. You sound like me. I stay away from white clothes too. I will mess up something white in a hurry. So there's Forrest the spotted owl. Is that a barn owl? Hold on. Northern spotted owl. All right, let's check out Forrest here for just a moment. Delta in that 757, that was Delta 3245 headed to Atlanta, just like we were talking about a minute ago. You guys, that last little bit of flight information there. We've got PSA Airlines coming in from DCA. That one arriving here in just 5 minutes. It's going to be a CRJ 702 today. It's also an American Eagle, but operated by PSA nonetheless. Aeromexico, keeping an eye on that one. Aeromexico now 30 minutes away. Air France is now officially just south of Boston Logan. That one there, 1 hour and 17 minutes left in their journey. Got a breeze. Airways going to come in over on the other side here, just behind PSA. PSA again, a few minutes here for that one. Thank you, Ryan. Have a wonderful rest of your hot Sunday. Jill, good afternoon. Again, thank you guys for spending your Sunday morning / afternoon here with us. I know it's a little on the slow side in the mornings, but we got to do it to beat the heat. Can't be here quite as late in the afternoons, so we're going to adjust our Sundays to mornings. Going to do our best to stay hydrated. Again, I've got a bag here with some water and among other things. The only thing my stupid self didn't bring was anything to eat. And I did not eat breakfast before I left the house. I think I have something here in the car though I can munch on. I think I still got some Biscoffs in our emergency bag here somewhere in the back. I don't think I took those in the house. I do. Got the Biscoffs from Miss Ramona. Might actually have one of those, in fact. Yeah, I had plenty to eat at the house. I had some yogurt and stuff. But we got the Biscoffs. Gonna enjoy those. So again, speaking of next show there, Brian Lloyd, I don't know. Friday, hopefully. Possibly Wednesday. If we don't die of heat exhaustion between now and then. Yeah, I haven't tried the the Biscoffs with the cream filling or whatever it is. Yeah. I was at the doctor's office the other day, and they had Biscoffs in the waiting room. This CRJ not ready to go. If you're on that one pushing back, make sure you give us a wave. I'm gonna have an up-close personal view of that CRJ. Ronaldo, oh boy, I don't know if we'll still be here for that. We're racing the sun. I'm trying to beat the heat. We'll try, but I don't know if we'll be here that late. It's going to be extremely, extremely hot. So again, we'll try our best to be here that late. If we stay that late, we might as well stay for both of the 777 departures this afternoon. PSA touching down now. That's CRJ 702. Got distracted by having a little snack here, so I apologize. All the windows are closed on that CRJ except for a couple of them. Should have our American 777 push back here in just a moment. But yeah, we can certainly try. We definitely have plenty of battery power left for the afternoon. Just depends on how hot it is and whether or not the equipment can handle it. Again, we're in the shade right now, but we're losing that shade. As a matter of fact, the sunlight is touching the ground here in front of me, so we're losing shade quickly. Alaska is one of our favorite flights here on this channel. Apparently, Alaska brought the Kraken livery last week, and I missed it. That Alaska 572 is just now, looks like it's over Wyoming. 2 hours and 25 minutes of flight time, Ronaldo, for your family. They are flying a 737 at 990. Marty the Marmot coming in later this afternoon. We've got Air Canada on the move. Where is Aeromexico? Aeromexico now 22 minutes away. So Aeromexico ready for arrival. A little later on. Who do we have over here right now? Got a little breeze action. Moxie 540 from Windsor Locks touching down on this side. Did not expect that. Wasn't focusing too much on flight radar. Looks like an A220-300. Again, coming from Windsor Locks. Nice smooth touchdown there for the A220. Fly breeze so bad, especially their A220s. Maybe I should try to go to the Daytona race. I could fly breeze from here to Daytona. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? could fly with our equipment, that would be even better. But I don't think we could leave the racetrack and rush over to the airport for plane spotting before all of the drivers leave. That being a night race too. That would be cool. Catch all the NASCAR teams leaving Daytona. So the CRJ finally leaving. Breeze, which way are you going to go? Did you go right or did you go left? If you went left, we'll see you in a minute. If you went right, we'll see you in a minute anyway. Here's the A220. Got a Southwest touching down over on the backside from Atlanta, Southwest 154. Looks like our next arrival is going to be an American 2693 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. That one arriving in at 10 minutes. That's going to be on a 737-800. Finally, the breeze has returned. And I don't mean Breeze Airways, I mean the literal breeze. Dying over here. Hot. My computer says very hot weather. I guess that's the news report there. It says very hot weather. Got a CRJ another CRJ pushing back in quite a hurry. Breeze getting ready to come around the corner here. Eight likes from 200. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Make sure if you guys haven't, smash the like button. Please do so as Breeze makes their way up the hill. Again, this one come in from Windsor Locks at A220 300. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update. Again, 8 likes from 200. That 200 is our goal for this afternoon. Breeze makes their way up the hill. Can we see the bridge from here? No, unfortunately not. Not the bridge that we need anyway. So American Eagle pushing back as well. We've got that CRJ on this side pushing back and getting pulled to the start line. Let's take a look at the weather here. According to the Weather Channel. Right now, 94 here in Mooresville. 94 feels like 102. Daytime high is supposed to be 95 degrees. They will reach that around 3 o'clock. So here in about 15 minutes. And it'll stay 95 until 6 p.m. 0% chances of rain. Feels like, again, 102. Humidity 44%, dew point 69. UV index 8, so good thing we are not on the roof today. We'd be cooking, not only with the heat, but the high UV index. I have to put on a lot of sunscreen. I believe there's some in the car here. There was, after a week long of being out of here. Very, very hot and humid temperatures. Granted, the humidity is only 44%, but for it to be 94 degrees and feel like 102, that's saying something. Molly, what weather app do you use? You must use AccuWeather or something. They all are different. I don't care which one you use. None of them are the same. I use the Weather Channel. Sometimes I use Google, but Google just gives me the weather regardless. Up here, Google also says it's 94 degrees. Speaking of power and such, we got to plug our phone in. Our phone is down to 15%. Heat advisory. That is what the Weather Channel is reporting. A heat advisory as of current. So again, our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2693 coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth. That's going to be a 737. As you saw the... oh, well, that explains it's an iPhone. Sorry, Molly. Saw that one American Eagle on the way out. We've got Delta on the way out. We've got another American Eagle on push. JetBlue back to San Juan should push here shortly. About 12 more minutes, we should have the American 777 pushing back and moving over to gate D24, 23, whatever it is on this side. Copa Airlines there. Aeromexico is going to be one of our next arrivals here after Dallas. Actually, Delta is going to follow the Dallas flight. 18 minutes left for Aeromexico and that E190LR. Got another A220-300 coming in from Boston. That's going to be number 2 for arrival. Delta 2283. Now arriving in just a few minutes. You know, Miss Carolina had an iPhone for a while. She hated it. She switched, well, she liked it for a little while. There were certain things she liked about it, but she ultimately did switch back to Android in the Samsung. So, yeah, I've never honestly had an iPhone, so I really can't judge. But they're not my favorite. Just like the purple wingtips here on our JetBlue, you know, the one that Molly likes. I prefer these here. The orange winglets on our beautiful JetBlue. Or maybe it's just I like to give our moderator a hard time, regardless. But to be fair, typically Molly gives me a hard time first. A lot of you in the chat already know that. Brian Lloyd talking 95 there in Richmond, Virginia as well. It's warm enough, it's got our batteries, the fans on our batteries running. The fans still in the shade, but enough heat to get them running. So it looks like we're going to have 2 E175s, 1 CRJ departure. Again, the 777 should push back here in about 9 minutes for their move across the airport. awaiting that 737-800 from Dallas. That's going to be our next arrival here. Yeah, Matt, it's gonna be a rough couple of days. I think the heat index for Monday is like 108 or something like that. So it's gonna feel like 108. So yeah, it's a good thing we're not out here Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday we're gonna give it a shot. As you guys know, we start late afternoon on Wednesdays and Fridays. So Wednesday's definitely going to be a toss-up here with the weather. It's already going to be hot by the time we get here. Molly says she never starts anything. How many of you in the chat believe Molly that she never starts anything? Hey, there's somebody who can vouch that Molly always starts things. What's up, Vincent? Ooh. Stiff touch down there for that 737. Again, this one from Dallas, Fort Worth. Vincent, hopefully you're having a wonderful Sunday. So the American Eagle ready to go. Copa still receiving all of their catering and stuff. Next arrival though is going to be that Delta A220-300 from Boston. That's Delta 2283. 1 hour and 21 minutes of flight time by the time this one touches down here in just a moment. Yeah, it's I'm tolerating it. I got a little bit of a breeze blowing in right now, Vincent. So, and it looks like the sun has gone behind a cloud. So maybe that's definitely buying us some time here, because my sun gauge here has disappeared. Again, I'm following the sun. I'm watching it come across the wall here. The further west in the sky it gets, the more in danger we are here of being in the sunlight. So it looks like one of our American Eagles making their way out to the runway. There it is. So again, we're going to hold out as long as possible this afternoon, this evening. Again, once the sun enters our area, it's going to be a lot harder to be here. Vincent with a membership milestone. Another great stream with great people. Thank you, Vincent. I'll get that up on the screen right now. Our A220. 19 months for Vincent. Thank you so much, Vincent, for all of your support. Yours and Molly both. You guys have been with us almost since day one here, doing shows. Thank you guys so much for all of your support over the last year, almost two. I think Molly's past the 20-month mark. false arrival for Delta. Looks like we got a CRJ up next. Let's see where that American Eagle was headed. American Eagle headed off to Chicago. That's Envoy Air 4236 headed to Chicago O'Hare. 194 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Make sure if you guys haven't yet smashed the like button, please do so. We are 6 likes away from 200. Watching these crows. These crows up here crack me up. So only 6 likes away from finishing out our goal. Not bad for the 5 hours and some change we've been on the air. Almost 5 hours. 4 hours and 56 minutes here. Is at 18 knots. Nice. Oh, flew away. Camera shy here. Hanging out in the awning here. Looks like JetBlue's getting ready for pushback here, getting ready to go back to Puerto Rico. Aeromexico making that first of 2 right turns to be on final here. That American Eagle we saw push back a minute ago still hasn't gone anywhere yet. Still sitting over there. T3 Studios. Yes, the American 777 is here already. Should be pushing back here in just a minute, as a matter of fact. Anytime now we're waiting on that American 777 to push back. The Air France 777 is still about an hour and some change away. I give the 777 another couple of minutes and it'll be pushing back. Unfortunately, we don't have a good view of it. We will when it pushes back, obviously. So we'll see here in a minute or two. Normally around the 3 o'clock, 3:10 time, they push back to move over to the D gates. Thank you, Molly. 204 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing the like button today. We have reached our goal. Keep it up though. Let's get as many likes as possible today. We did reach our goal. Doesn't mean we want to stop there though. If we can get to 300 likes today, that'd be fantastic too. Still got a long way to go in today's show. We are going to have to make a battery change here before too long. Actually, this battery's, yeah, here it won't be too long before we got to make a battery change. Down to 1 bar here. At 5 hours even, So that means we've got at least another 3, 4, 5 hours left in this show today. Now, because the fans were running on the batteries, it kills the battery a little bit more. So as long as we can keep the soundboard going, that's all that matters. The laptop I have, we can do some other things to make the laptop continue to work. We just got to keep the soundboard going. Dave, I don't know. There was 2 of them. I guess they're talking back and forth here about something. So there we go, JetBlue with those beautiful orange wingtips. Pushing back again. Those are getting ready to head back to San Juan, Puerto Rico in this A320. Got an American Airlines 737 on the move. That came from Charlotte. Yes, you heard me correctly. We had a 737 from Charlotte instead of our A321. All right, next arrival, Aeromexico Connect, 4:30 from Mexico City. 3 hours and 47 minutes of flight time. That one is on final. So JetBlue pushing back just in time for us to get Aeromexico. Oh no, we need our cloud back. These crows are upset about something now. So there's Aeromexico from Mexico City. 3 hours and 47 minutes of flight time. Don't know that we'll see Aeromexico again. Chances are they're going to go around to the gate on the front side of the terminal. Good afternoon, Dave. Hopefully you're doing all right. Happy Sunday. There we go. Hey, there we go. We could start our own, are you team purple or team orange here for JetBlue? So the wingtips, as well as those orange bits on the tail, if it was the purple wingtips, the tail would be purple as well. JetBlue in their new colors. We need to catch the Dunkin' Donuts one at some point. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the Dunkin' Donuts. JetBlue. It got finished and right out of paint, and they sent it right here to RDU. It sat here for a couple of days, I think. Unfortunately, it was days that I was busy and we were unable to catch the Dunkin' Donuts livery, unfortunately. So Aeromexico is going to be an E190 LR. So 3 hours and 49 minutes of flight time for that one. Got Spirit coming in from Detroit. I don't know that we'll see it. Fingers crossed we do, but I doubt it. We did have one Spirit over here earlier this afternoon, so you never know with the airport. Hopefully they'll surprise us with another banana. That little bird almost landed on our camera here. The birds are having a field day. Yeah, I want to see the Dunkin' Donuts livery. I also want to see the Super Mario livery. Lots of good liveries coming out of JetBlue recently. This one here has been repainted. This one on Flight Radar is still the old livery. So this one being painted within the last little while. These crows, man, flying as close as they can. I don't know what they're upset about. Agreed, Kevin, agreed. I do love Blueprint. I miss Blueprint. That was one of my favorites. Saw it here several times on the show. It also made several appearances on our other social medias, Instagram, as well as on here as shorts and other things. Maybe they'll do that with an A220. That would be fantastic. Does anybody know anyone that works at JetBlue? We need to give them a call and be like, hey, JetBlue, can you guys bring back Blueprint, but on the A220-300? And send it to RDU as much as possible. JetBlue is fantastic. I have to say, when the A220's first new livery came out, where was the be here first? Then, of course, Dunkin' Donuts came here. It was one of its first flights. So, JetBlue is pretty good to RDU, honestly, with their new liveries. American leaving again. I apologize for the interruption there. The battery died. Would have been an interruption either way, whether it died or we just went ahead and changed it anyway. So thank you guys for the patience. So American 737 headed out. So The other one we've been waiting for, here you go, I told you about 3:10. Anywhere from 3 o'clock to 3:15 usually is our 777 push. Like I said, thank you guys for being patient there for a moment while we made that quick battery change. So Spirit did go to the backside there, 23 left. We do have Republic Airways 4749 coming in from LaGuardia, 1 hour and 7 minutes of flight time for another E175LR. That one's going to be our next arrival. And again, as you can see, the American 777 switching ends of the terminal here. So they're going to move. We've got that beautiful JetBlue A320 we were just looking at, ready. Heading out and getting ready for departure. Looks like we've got Delta up next. Going to be our next departure. That American that we had leave a moment ago. That's American 1897. That is headed back to Charlotte. So another 737 surprise there. That one headed back to Charlotte. Our next arrival over here is going to be United Airlines 2601 coming in from Denver. That's going to be a 737-900. That arrival in just a couple of minutes. Speaking of United, there goes the United 737 MAX 9 we saw earlier. And the sound of those Trent 800s firing up for the 777. So we'll get a really, really good shot of the American 777 here in just a few minutes. As they're switching gates here. If you're new to the channel, new to RDU, they're switching gates so that Air France can take this gate in just a little while. So Air France arriving in about an hour or so. They like to move an hour beforehand. JetBlue headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico in their beautiful new livery. Left bank. Safe travels too. So the Air France is still on the 777s. They had the Dreamliner here for about a week, a couple of weeks ago. So there it is, Molly giving that information. Air France 777-200 arriving now in just 32 minutes. So going to be quite a nice arrival. Going to have all of our internationals on the ground here at some point this afternoon, because we do have Air Canada. Air Canada is number 2 for arrival, coming in from Montreal, I think. Yes. Jazz Aviation 671 from Montreal arriving now in just 5 minutes. That's another E175SU. As you guys hear the 777 with those Trents on board making its way over to the other side. Now, Southwest does not fly from Cancun. So an interesting thing we were talking about it this morning. Aeromexico is going to pick up some Cancun flights in December, I think Gavin said. So Aeromexico going to fly between here and Cancun starting in December. Kind of an odd route, but nonetheless, I'm excited to see all these new international routes. Of course, you know, we got Air Canada with Vancouver, got WestJet, so exciting for those two airlines. There's our 737 from Denver. Looking like a Copa Airlines. Nice. Over Cape Charles, Virginia. Alright, hopefully we're back now. Yeah, the heat really took over. My Wi-Fi hotspot is very, very, very hot. So we switched over to the cell phone. Hopefully we can continue to move along here. So again, I apologize, you guys. Sorry for the loss in service. Everything's been perfect all day until now. Now when we need it to be perfect, it decides it wants to give us problems. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Everything is back to normal. Fingers crossed. I'm watching all the numbers here. Everything's looking all right. Just a quick blip in service. Which has messed up everything in the background here, which means I'll have to take a minute to fix all of that stuff here in just a moment. So the American 777, again, moving sides here. I gotta click on my internet here, refresh. Give me 1 second here. Gonna make some closures. Alright, hopefully we're back. Something seriously wrong here. All of a sudden Verizon said, no, I don't want to give you any more service. Let's just drop everything you're doing. It's been a little too perfect for you all day. Let's just drop it out and bottom you out. Normal. Alright, so we got Delta on the move. Air Canada coming around the corner here. Hopefully we don't see any more issues this afternoon. Again, it is a very, very hot afternoon. Again, this is the first issue we've had all day. So again, welcome back everybody. Hopefully everything holds out now. Try to make a couple more adjustments here to get the quality back up to where it was a moment ago. Again, I guess I don't know if it's on our end or Verizon's end period. I do know that my Wi-Fi hotspot is hot. It also is not transmitting. Doesn't look like it's receiving 5G at the moment. Cell phone though, oh, reliable here. It's got 1 bar of 5G and it's saving the day, whereas the whatchamacallit has 2 bars and won't do anything. So there's Air Canada. United on the move, rolling out of here. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Endeavor from LaGuardia. It's going to be a CRJ. Let's go over here and pick up our United departure. So if you guys are just joining us, we are over our like goal for the day, but we are trying to push our like goal even further. I think I'd like to end somewhere around 250, 275 this afternoon. Honestly, I'd like to end at 300, but I don't know how much of the afternoon we're going to have left here. I remember that, Joshua. That was a few months ago. That was the A340 in the Star Alliance livery, in fact. We should, rumor had it that we were supposed to receive the A340 more this summer, fall time. So, we'll see if they hold to that. Again, it was just rumored, it wasn't nothing hardcore. So there is a chance that we see more of the A340, and if we do see more of the A340, we'll make a couple of special Saturdays for you guys to see the Lufthansa A340. Heat advisory. My phone's got all kinds of warnings and alerts here. So Delta, or United there, that's United 2653. That's headed back to Washington Dulles. 215 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Make sure, again, if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. I apologize for the couple of interruptions we've had here in the last little bit. So thank you guys for being here and understanding, of course. It's really, really, really hard to run a show in this kind of heat. I'm surprised we made it for almost 5.5 hours with no issue, to be honest. Been on the air almost 6 hours with no issue, or 5.5 with no issue. as we watch Forrest, the northern spotted owl, get pulled out. Getting ready for startup there. Again, we've got a Delta connection coming in from LaGuardia. Southwest from New Orleans coming in over on the other side, followed by, on this side, we've got Frontier 3352 coming in from Chicago. That's an A320. That's Marty the Marmot. We've seen Marty the Marmot here several times. Thank you, Miss Ramona. Miss Ramona gifting 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. Thank you so much, Ramona. Again, next week we'll gift out 5, and then on the 4th of July we'll gift out our first 5 for the month of July. So it's usually the last Sunday and the first Sunday of each month we gift out memberships. But this time we're going to do it a little bit differently, since we do have that special show on the 4th of July. Again, I still, don't hold me to it, but I believe that their fireworks show is on the 4th. So we'll be here for it if it is. If there are any changes, then Briar Creek changes it to the 3rd. I know Wake Forest is the 3rd. Then we'll change accordingly. Okay. So as far as I know, Briar Creek is still the 4th. Alright, so Frontier is going to be our next one. It's followed by an American. So as Forrest gets a move on. Hey, there we go. See, I knew somebody would know. And here's that information for those of you not reading the chat. Put that up there on the screen, or try to. There it is. Joshua Griffin says January 1st to March 28th, Lufthansa will fly the A340. So that's a long time out, so maybe we can make some schedule changes according to that around at that time. Again, that's 6 months away. So I think we've got a little time here before we make any definite decisions. I can definitely say it's hot. According to the Weather Channel, still 94 degrees here on the computer. So it's at D23 or 22, I think. 23, I believe. I'll give you a nice close-up of that gate board in just a minute. Congratulations to the 5 of those who were gifted those memberships by Miss Ramona. Again, a huge thank you to Miss Ramona for all of the support. Make sure you guys check Miss Ramona out here on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Ramona, a good friend of ours here at the channel. Marty the Marmot, basically a groundhog, touching down there. Man, my thing has gotten extra sensitive. Yeah, we don't have a departure. I thought we had a departure over there. Let's swing back around to this side as Frontiers switch, as well as we have that CRJ right there behind the American 777. Of according to the website, the Briar Creek Fireworks Show will be on Friday. Thank you, Miss Ramona. I did just text Miss Carolina to find out that information, so thank you for that info. So we will be here on the 4th of July, which is Friday. There's Miss Carolina. July 4th fireworks start at 9 p.m. So we're going to be out here earlier than that, of course. You guys know I can't do it any other way. Probably do a 4 or 5 or 6 o'clock show, depending on what time everybody wants to join us up here. I think Miss Carolina said her and the boys are going to join us possibly that day. Hopefully it'll be a nice cloudy day and it won't rain like it did last year. Last year we got socked pretty hard with a thunderstorm. Right at fireworks time too. It's really annoying. As a matter of fact, we waited around and waited around still doing the show. As soon as we ended the show, they set off the last like 5 minutes of the fireworks. It was really annoying. Like they paused it in the middle and then set the last ones off way later. So now we do have a departure. Looks like Delta. That American there, that is American 3262 coming in from Washington D.C. via Reagan. That is an American, that's an A319. It's going to be followed by Air Canada Express. This one, a CRJ 900 coming in from Toronto. It's going to be our next arrival, another CRJ. Interesting. I really don't understand. Maybe the A220 just wasn't profitable enough for them to continue the A220 from Toronto and Montreal. Or Montreal. I can't remember which airport it was coming from. So that's kind of a bummer. Air France over Wake Forest, thank you for the information. Air Canada from Toronto. This was an E175 arrival earlier in the day. Grip on our lens has come off. So we're struggling to get grip on the lens. Ooh, what is that? That's going to go to the other side. That's Spirit Jets coming from St. Louis. It's a Hawker 850 XP. Air France and that 777 now 6 minutes away, flying over Wake Forest. That Delta we saw, that was Delta 3238 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. I don't know where Air Canada's going to go. Don't think Air Canada's going to come around here, of course. So we've already got one Air Canada waiting. Copa looks like they could be getting close to ready for their departure. Yeah, so the charging on my cell phone is paused because it's so hot out here. The phone's not even in the sun either. It's in the shade. So if that tells you anything, I'm not sure, Josh. I saw it in the news this morning. You know, I don't particularly talk like politics and stuff like that on here, but my professional opinion for the show is it is what it is. Again, we don't. I try not to talk politics and other things like that. Thank you, Virtual Aviation Aviator. Greatly appreciate those kind words. We're doing it. Somehow, some way, we are doing it. I'm surprised my computer's not having a fit to over the heat. The charging on the cell phone has paused. Well, Air Canada here has made me a liar. I figured they weren't coming back here to the alleyway. Looks like they are. So we'll give Air Canada a look-see while we wait on our next arrival, which is our Air France. Again, if you're just joining us here and you're just joining us for the 777, please smash the like button. It helps us bring you guys the content of the 777, so please smash the like button. Here of late, our numbers skyrocket around the 777's arrivals and departures. So please, if you're here just for the 777s, please at least smash the like button, please. So there's Air Canada. Their E-175 is not ready for pushback. That A319 that landed a moment ago from Washington, D.C. is parked out at the end of the terminal there. They're going to have to move here in just a few minutes as the 777 gets closer. Air Canada CRJ, again that one coming in from Toronto. And again, it looks like our service is fluctuating again, as like I said, my cell phone won't even charge because it's so hot out here, so bear with us if we lose anything important. Might try to put it on the slower charger here. Matter of fact, let me switch those. Forrest, the spotted owl, is on the move. This one doesn't need to be charging anyway. So let's move it over to the slower charger so at least we're getting something out of the cell phone. Yeah, I don't think so. Cell phone is too hot. All right, I'm gonna stop doing flight radar. Gotta let the phone cool off. Phone screen's on with flight radar on. So we're just going to play it blind here for the remainder of the afternoon for a little while, let that phone cool down. Because the phone is our internet source for the remainder of the afternoon as well. So got to make sure that continues to work. So Forrest, the spotted owl, up and out. continue to monitor the phone. Hopefully it doesn't drop too much. Santa Claus, good afternoon. 186 days until Christmas. Thank you, Ramona. Frontier A320 to Miami. Ramona coming in here when we can't give a flight information. So hopefully it will continue to maintain our charge. All right, enjoy the 777, you guys. A319 right here is going to have to get out of the way for sure. Going to have to move out of the way. Oh, it's nice and cold in that bag. Alright, I'm going to stick the cell phone in our bag here. I've got a cooler bag here full of ice and water. So we're going to stick the cell phone in there to hopefully get it recharging here. So bear with us again, like I said. There goes that A319. PSA there in that CRJ 702 headed out. Absolutely magical. Nice and cold drink. Re-energizes me for a little bit here. I think we saw this one here recently too, by the way, with the mismatched nose. Thank you, Molly. We've got a United 737 MAX arriving in 1 minute from Houston. Molly giving us all the flight information now as I'm flying blind, of course, at the moment. This isn't it though. It's going to be our next one. Thank you, Joe. The Embraer E170 here is from New York. Newark to be exact. I don't know if that's gonna, oh, that helps a little bit. Making a quick volume change adjustment here. Hopefully you guys can hear me a little bit better now. Yo. So Pip, are you on the air or? Oh yeah, you're not starting till 8. Never mind. 8 here on the East Coast. Again, I do have the redirect set up for our good friend Pip there in San Diego later on this afternoon. Well, evening for us. Sounds to me like we just had a go around that Max 9 going around there. I never saw it, but I heard it. I saw the shadow fly over, so it looks like that Max doing a go around there. I heard it and I'm thinking, who's departing? What's happening? And then I saw the shadows fly by. So definitely that Max looping around there. Again, we're trying to charge the cell phone, so I am flying a bit blind here. If you guys want to know any flight information, please keep an eye on the chat, same as what I am doing, so I know who is coming and when. Molly's giving us all that flight information, so a huge shout out to Molly. That's actually how Molly became our moderator. Had to open a umbrella here and do a couple of other things. RDU Native, good afternoon. And welcome to the show. Thank you, Molly. E175LR arriving from Nashville, Tennessee. I hope you guys enjoyed the 777 arrival there. So now, who are we waiting for? Ronaldo has family on Alaska 582, whatever it is, from Seattle this afternoon, arriving around 5:30. So that's an hour and some change away. We still have Copa. We have all of our international flights here on the ground. Air Canada, Copa, Air France, Aero Mexico, and of course the American 777 from London Heathrow. All on the ground at the same time. The only one we're missing is Lufthansa and Bermuda and WestJet. Those are the only 3 internationals we're missing so far today. It's definitely spicy out here. And as the sun encroaches on us too, it's only going to make it worse. I did put up an umbrella here on myself to try and alleviate some of the heat. Sitting on the floor, trying to keep some of the heat away from our feet here. I also wanted to try out our new one, but I don't know how I want to stick that on our tripod though. So I got an umbrella that will clip onto the tripod and hang on there. It is for the sun. It'll also come in handy if it rains. It'll keep some of our equipment dry. So that'll be nice as well. Thank you, Pip, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, everyone who has contributed, like Miss Ramona. So thank you, guys. For the super chats and as well as the gifted memberships today. Thank you, Jeff, for the info that 737 MAX is number 4 in the pattern for arrival now. I thought that was the one that did the go around a moment ago. Thank you, Molly. An A319 arriving from Orlando will be our next arrival. It's going to be a Delta. I've got to admit, this backpack that I have that is a cooler backpack has really done a fantastic job. We stuck some ice packs in it earlier, along with a bunch of frozen waters. Doing a good job. Again, we're trying to cool the phone back down. It's in the bag. Trying to get it to charge past 25%. The heat, nothing wants to charge this afternoon. Of course, we still have the Wi-Fi on, the Wi-Fi box, but we're not even using that now. It bit the dust. Here did not want to give us any more thing. Not sure if it was the our Wi-Fi hotspot or if it was just Verizon dropping the ball. Hopefully by August, fingers crossed. Hopefully by August we can come up with something different. Maybe we can get away from Verizon Wireless and do something a little bit different for service. Hopefully we can make some other improvements to the show by August as well. Not going to add any equipment. I'm going to do some equipment swapping here. Thought about adding a behind the scenes cam, but the more cameras and the more equipment you have, the longer it takes to set up, the longer it takes to break down. And in an emergency situation like rain or something like that, I like to keep stuff as efficient as possible. We also like to have a tiny footprint as well. I don't like to take up a whole lot of space. Taking up a lot of space draws a lot of unwanted attention. So we try not to do that either. So I think we're going to try to swap out some things come August. Hey, look at that. 229 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Absolutely. Can we get 21 more likes to reach 250 today? Hopefully we can. We are 2 minutes away from being on the air for 6 hours today. We got plenty left in us as long as the heat doesn't take us out. I got a completely full battery here. The sun, however, is encroaching on our equipment. So that's going to pose a little bit of an issue here. Eagle to the gate. You're going to see a lot of shaking here for a minute. I'm going to try to set up that new, I'm going to try to put up our new umbrella here. So that's going to take a minute or so to get it set and angled where we want it. Just trying to keep the heat and the sun off of the computer. Don't need to fry a computer, that's for sure. We'll be good here for a little bit. May have to adjust both of those umbrellas, but at least we've got some coverage here. Don't have it open all the way either. So we got an American 737 on the way out. I wish that cloud that's covering that 737 would come this way. Cover us up. It looks like we got our 737 MAX from Houston making that second attempt. Apologies for missing that Delta 737 a moment ago. That one there, I saw it, but I'm trying to set up some stuff. So this is the one that did the go around a little while ago. So this plane right here, 1 year old. Delivered in July of 2024. It's a brand new MAX 9 for United. Finally touching down on that second attempt. Copa should be pushing back anytime here soon as well. I think Aeromexico will go out around 5 p.m. Copa looks like they still have things hanging out around the plane there. So definitely not ready to go as far as they're concerned. Both Air Canadas on the ground. Here, as you can see, double Air Canada, double American Eagle, and the one lone Copa. Let's check on the old cell phone here, see if it's starting to charge. It is in a very cold bag. Oh yeah, the cell phone is ice cold. So let's switch it back over to fast charging here. I wish the Wi-Fi hotspot would stay cold when you charge it like that, but it definitely doesn't. Now the A321, I assume this one coming in from Charlotte. Yep, American 2704 from the Queen City. Got another one on final already. They're going to be coming at us fast and quite furious here. Looks like. Looks like it might be JetBlue. If I'm not mistaken, this one coming in from Boston. That's E190. One of their last E190s. I think JetBlue finally has phased out most of their E190s, I think. Getting ready to, anyway. AR. JetBlue should turn out right there, and then we'll have it back here in the alleyway, hopefully. Looks like we got an American 737 ready for departure here in a moment. So lining up and waiting. Let's see where JetBlue heads to, hopefully back here. This American leaving really, really late. Go over here and look and see what we're up to on the 777 here while we wait for our next arrival. Again, Molly will be giving us the arrival information, or a mixture of you guys doing a wonderful job there, providing me with the information I need. So thank you guys for that support. As a matter of fact, let's check out the 777 for just a minute. I need to get some stuff done here, so give me just a minute, okay? Gonna see a lot of shaking here. I gotta move this umbrella. I gotta make it better. Hold on. So hopefully we've got that straightened out. We'll probably have to make more adjustments to it as things go. Hazel, good evening. About 9 p.m. there for you in the UK. Yeah, Hazel, we're doing fine here. We're trying to beat the heat. Moving some umbrellas around. Not gonna lie, I don't know if Pip is still here, but he needs to get one of these umbrellas. Like $9 at Dick's Sporting Goods. You can mount it right to the tripod here. It's exactly what we've done. Marshall the ring-tailed cat. We haven't seen Marshall in quite some time. Again, this A319 coming in from Miami. Thank you guys for the flight information, Jeff. Fantastic work from you. Next arrival, Jeff says our next arrival is going to be Frontier 1168. Marshall the ring-tailed cat, 5 years old. That one's going to be coming in from Atlanta in just a minute. So we were supposed to look and see what gate the American 777 was at. Sorry, I know somebody asked about that and I forgot. So it's D20. That's where our American 777 had to go to. So there you go. I apologize for missing that by a long time. 20 or 30 so minutes there. Whew. It's getting extremely hot now that the sun is really encroaching here. The goal is to make it to Alaska. Alaska arrives around 5:30. I don't know that we're going to make it that long, you guys. Because with the heat or the sun on us, it's pretty bad. Thank you, Lynn. 251 likes. Thank you guys so much. Now, hopefully, depending on how long we're still here, hopefully we can reach 300. 300 is our next goal. There you go. There's the Air France cargo train. Yeah, I can imagine it's called Hotlanta. Oh my goodness, we got a nice breeze. If that breeze would continue, we could stay here for the rest of the day. I wouldn't care. It's when that breeze goes away. And as soon as that sun starts really getting in on top of me is when we're going to have some problems. Because I really don't have any protection here from the sun now. So there's all the cargo boxes from Air France. That is so nice. There you go. We got Air Canada and that E175. That one came in from Montreal earlier. That one getting ready to head back to Montreal. Yes, thank you guys for smashing the like button today. It's not been too bad of a day, but now we're reaching that section of the day where it can be brutal temperature-wise. So we're gonna. I was hoping for a little bit more of a windy day. A nice windy day would be more ideal. Right now we got a little bit of a breeze blowing in, so I can't complain. Marshall, the ring-tailed cat, touching down, coming in from Atlanta via Frontier Airlines. Sure, we'll see Marshall here in a minute up close. I think Marshall will be back here in just a few minutes. Beacon's on, it looks like, for Copa Airlines, and they are. So Air Canada and Copa, two of our international flights ready to go. We still have that one Air Canada from Toronto. Southwest 2224 coming in from Chicago Midway, a 13-year-old 737. Sadly, we won't see that one, of course, many of you guys know already. Coming for me. The sun is coming. It's about halfway up my shins here. Now the Southwest arriving on the other side. Southwest 4337 from Baltimore. 19 years of age for that 737. You must have the premium flight radar. I need, in all the years that I've been doing this, I've really been cheap and not gotten the premium flight radar. I think it might be time that I do that. Been cheaping out on it here. Copa's gonna have to wait here for Air Canada. Air Canada about to make their move. And here comes Marshall. Let's swing around here and check Marshall out. Marshalling in at Marshall. It's a good look at Marshall, the ring-tailed cat. Doesn't really look like a cat to me at all. Oops, as I keep bumping the tripod there. I apologize. Looks scared. Marshall, the ring-tailed cat, looking a little frightened, to say the least. All right, Copa. That's our next pushback here. It looks like at 737. Speaking of, Vincent, we had two 757s here earlier this afternoon. Or one this morning, one landing at around 1 o'clock. First time we've seen the Delta 757s in quite a while. Copa back to Panama City, Panama. We've got Air Canada back to Montreal. We've got our next arrival on final. Looks like an American 737. touchdown for the 737. Uh-oh. I won't stay on it too long, but a normal day here at the airport. Got the ambulance there. We try not to focus where too many people are. Try to stay strictly on the planes and those who work on the planes. Try not to go to any of the passengers there. But, want to stick my head in my bag here. I don't think that would help. Phone's up to 53%. Sitting here nice and cold in the bag. Let's do an official weather update here in Raleigh. 94 degrees, feels like 100. Currently. Humidity still holding out at 44%. Hey, we've gained a ton of new subscribers today. Thank you guys so much. I decided to pop in here on the YouTube app. We started out today with 107. We're up to 151. So if you haven't yet subscribed, please do so. We are 7 away from 50 new friends today. So please, 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 if you're not subscribed, please do so. Again, we are 50 away. Or 50 away. We are 6 away from reaching 50 new friends today, so please make sure, if you guys haven't subscribed, please do so. As well, if you haven't smashed the like button, please do that as well too. We've already hit our goal twice, in fact. We're at 250 something, 260 on the like count. Might as well try to go for 300. We're going to try and stay again as long as I can stand it. Which may not be too much longer after this. We're almost 6.5 hours into the day here, 4 minutes away from 6.5 hours. We haven't had a good long show here in quite some time. So good to be back for a few hours today. Air Canada back to Toronto. That E175. Brand new E175 about to touch down. Thank you, Jeff Davis, for the information. This one coming in from Washington Dulles. Brand new. Delivered last month to United Express. It is Republic Airways 3643 from Washington, D.C. So a brand new E175. Copa getting a move on. We do have a pushback from an E175 for Delta. Let's go out here to Copa. One last close-up of Copa Airlines before they get out of here. fully extend our umbrella here. I don't know that that's a good idea or not. We'll find out here in a minute. It's providing us with shade, but it's also going to be, I don't know if we're going to be able to continue some of our shots here with the umbrella where it is. So we may have to make a quick adjustment here to this umbrella one more time. So give me 1 second. Let me down as low as I can go with it. Alright, maybe right there it'll be fine. Still be able to get our shots. American 737 touching down. Coming in from LA. American Airlines 2462. Did Copa move over here to this side? What do you guys think? Is this Copa's twin? United, looking like Copa's twin, hanging out over here on this side. Alan Lee, good evening. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to put the pause on this here a minute and move this umbrella. It is in my way and in the camera's way. I'm gonna have to move it down, I think, try to rearrange it in a different way here. Oh, this is so difficult. So I apologize for the little extra shakiness there. I'm trying to avoid the umbrella. It's Delta A321 getting up and out of here. $266 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Absolute fantastic day, you guys. You guys are all absolutely amazing. Got an American 737 sitting here in the alleyway. That's not odd at all. We're waiting on Copa's departure. Thinking maybe as soon as Copa leaves, we can work on getting our umbrella straightened back out here. Try to get it out of our way as much as possible. I wonder if the internet's behaving itself. Could be an intentional pause here just for a second. Give me 1 moment. I'm going to try to make a quick adjustment. If it doesn't work, we'll adjust it back. Just to be fair. Alright, we'll see how it does for the next little while here. nice. Another Wi-Fi hotspot here. All right, here we go. Copa Airlines ready to head back to Panama City, Panama. Copa's going to be shy for a minute and hide out here behind the trees. Man, we haven't seen heat waves that bad in quite a while, have we? There we go. I'm going to leave heavy, of course. To Panama. Got our next departure out there. Looks like Frontier. Forrest, the spotted owl, northern spotted owl. Forrest's going to leave heavy here as well. Frontier really surprised, or Copa really surprised me on how early they rotated and got out of here. So these two over here having a bit of a face-off. Here we go, the rush is on. United's headed out for departure. Got a Delta E175 ready for departure, headed out that way as well. Flight control testing being done on the E175 as the 737 makes their way to the gate. Got a CRJ on pushback. The United out there at the distance, headed to Washington Dulles. Thank you, Molly. That one right there at the bottom of your screen. Looks like we got another Delta connection, CRJ about to touch down here. Delta connection in place already. We've got one lined up ready to go out there at the end, ready to rock and roll. Looks like an E175. Maybe it's this E175 headed to Dulles. Very early rotation for this one. Why. Had one pretty close to him on final. Looks like another Delta A319, A320. Rob Blackman, good afternoon.
come in on little things. And then they came in on, I guess, part of them came in on the Atlas 767, or maybe that was Mexico, and then on the 76.
With the 767 that was there around the same time, that was military.
Was it?
Mexico came in on some they were both at the theater. I'm not sure what they flew out on, but I know the Turkish team flew out.
Yeah, they didn't give them no time to rest. I guess they rested on their flight over, you know.
So get on the bus and go on the plane.
And then 12 hours, you can sleep for 12 hours on the plane. Yeah, I watched that plane all day.
But you make sure you turn around.
Yeah. Make sure it was for real.
guys. Apologies. One of our friends here at the airport stopping by to hang out and talk to us. Somebody from the operations side of the airport, RDU operations, comes by every now and then to check on us, see how we're doing. Always good to talk to him about all the ins and outs of the airport, so that's what we were up to there. Little 2-for-1 shot here off in the distance as you saw Aero Mexico headed out here in just a minute. Air Canada as well there in that CRJ departing. So again, I apologize to leave you guys hanging there for just a minute. Hopefully we're not lagging. Mine looks like it's lagging. Hopefully it's not due to the heat. All of our numbers look good though. Let me know if you guys are getting any lag on your end. Looks like mine in the background is lagging. Plane guy, a good afternoon. Welcome to RDU. So let me know if you guys are having any lag. It could be just the internet itself here having an issue. Oh no, I see what the issue is. So all of our numbers look good, but our CPU on the computer has risen. I don't know if it's because it's so hot or what. Something is trying to process here in the background. All right, hold on a minute. We're gonna do an intentional pause. We're going to pause intentionally. Hold on. All right. Looks like our computer is giving us some problems here. Service is good, so again, hold on. I don't know what's going on with my computer. My computer's CPU is way out of control. As a matter of fact, I can't even get my computer to do anything. We are so out of control here. So give me just a minute here, you guys. I apologize. I don't know what's going on. Can't even get the internet to open back up. So we're going to try here. Give me just a minute. Again, the computer's CPU is running really, really high, and I don't know if that's causing any problems for you guys. I've lost the chat as well, so hold on. We're having computer problems. So bear with us. Alright, again, you guys, we're having some issues here. So give me a minute. My computer does not want to do anything at the moment. So we're watching you guys here in the chat. Here on the cell phone, I've lost chat communication with the computer. So again, bear with us here. The CPU is running at very, very high at the moment. Not sure exactly what's happening here. So everything is looking fine here according to this. We try to figure out what's happening here with our CPU. Hey, Ronaldo's family landing there on Alaska. Ronaldo, we did make it here long enough for you to see your family's arrival there on Alaska. Again, we've been doing this blind. No flight radar, no nothing today. Again, you guys, I apologize. The heat is a killer. Absolutely killing the equipment, killing our day here. Again, we are fully in the direct sunlight. It is 95 degrees out here, so we aren't too much longer for the day, unfortunately. So I think here in just a few minutes, we are going to end the show. So glad that we could get Ronaldo's family landing there from Seattle. So hopefully Ronaldo is still watching the show. We've got Aeromexico ready to go, I believe. We haven't seen Aeromexico depart yet, hopefully. Hopefully we didn't miss that departure. Again, I have no communication with you guys there on the computer. That is Aeromexico off in the distance. They're getting ready for departure. So Aeromexico up next. Every once in a while our computer does this. The CPU will run really, really high. And it messes the whole thing up. And I don't understand why it does it. I don't know if it's the heat that caused it to do it. I doubt it. But something in the internet in the background has kicked us up. So we're watching from the cell phone. Trying to monitor you guys in chat. We may just end up having to do the rest of this show with no chat here and just run it as long as we can. There goes Aeromexico back to Mexico City. The cell phone did cool off and charge. So if anybody is in the chat, if you guys feel like I'm not speaking to you, well, it's because I can't read the chat at the moment. I'm going to try to continue to work on this. I may end up having to shut down and restart the computer here to get our CPU to calm back down, but at the moment, just kind of waiting it out here. So hopefully you guys can hear me just fine. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me. Again, like I said, we're struggling with computer problems, service issues. Cell phone is fully charged finally. Looks like we got a little E175 here ready for departure. Looks like a Delta connection. Go. Whatever was running and freaking out the computer in the background is calming down. Our CPU usage is coming back down to about 28%. Need that to be at about 18% or 13%. Thank you guys. I mean, you guys can chat amongst yourselves. I just can't read it. So quickly, Blake Fang. The phone is behind me on the charger here. So it is also our source to the network. So we're trying not to mess with it too much. I'll try to get you guys back up on the chat here in just a minute on the computer. Let's get through some of our departures. We got an American A321 ready for departure. Again, no rhyme or reason for the CPU to run high. We're running the same amount of stuff we've been running all day. But like I said, we are totally in the sun now. The camera, me, everything is completely basking in the sunlight. I am really glad that we were able to catch Air Canada's arrival. Speaking of Air Canada, which way did it go? Hey, it's an actual Republic Airways livery. There, Republic Airways touching down now. Our CPU still not where it needs to be. Oddly enough. Lots of American right here. Here we go. Ready for 4 tails, 5 tails, however many's right here. Yeah, so you guys can chat amongst yourselves here while I try to figure out what the deal is here with the computer. Again, the CPU up and down. It's been a bit of a rough day here as far as the heat and trying to keep things from melting down. Now we're in that critical point in the day where things are going to start to melt down. As like I said, all of the equipment is in the sunlight. And in the sun, it's about 100 I don't know, devil's behind. It's hot. I just thought it was hot before, now being in the sun's twice as bad. Frontier Airlines getting a move on. This looks like Marshall. No, it's not Marshall. Marty the Marmot on the move here. Switch hands here. Hold on. Oh, Frontier with that late departure. Alright, so we're trying to load everything back in here. Again, it's not looking good. At least it's not the internet failing us this time. Got United in that 737 again. We're not going to be here too much longer, I feel like. I wish I had my temperature gun that I use at work, so I could give you guys a serious idea of what we're dealing with right here. Now that the sun is upon us. Slowly but surely we're trying to get back to you guys. $111 of you guys watching. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all sticking around and watching the show today. We're 7 hours in. So I want to thank you guys for hanging out for 7 hours today. The chat's not loading. Come on, chat, load. Thank you, thank you. All right, hold on. Give us a second. Pop our chat back out there. JetBlue. Yeah, I feel like it's the chat making the chat and the internet's making everything run so high here, so I'm just gonna have to leave that down for now. I'll just have to do it old school. Anybody, any messages that anybody wants highlighted, I won't be able to highlight. So we've got the trusty cell phone working triple time here. That lens is going to be too hot to handle before too long. Yeah, so our internet is, or the Google Chrome is what's messing our phone up right now, or our computer up. Again, nothing has changed. I'm using the same exact thing we've been using all day, just the computer's just not happy. Sun Country. I appreciate you guys' patience through all this heat. Is this... Hold on. I've got to know. Has Flower returned? Uh-oh. Yeah, here we go. So Flower has returned. All right, you guys are gonna see screen of death here in a minute. I'll try to hurry up and make a change here before. Alright, the computer's going to shut off for a moment. The camera is hot. Oops, hold on. I've got it in the wrong setting, I think. Alright. So it is Flower. Flower has returned. Hopefully now adjusting the deal on the computer here, or on the camera. We'll be able to stick it out here for just a little bit longer. Again, this is exactly what we were afraid of. Everything melting down. So that's crazy. We've been here long enough to see Flower arrive twice this afternoon. So again, I don't have any yeah, Vivin's vlog, screen of death for sure. Yeah, the CPU is hot, causing a little bit of a lag here. Hopefully it'll cut that out. Actually, we're having service problems now. So, and of course, we are going to be at the busiest point of the day, it looks like. Let's try and jump ahead of service issues. Again, it's because I'm trying to run the cell phone and watch it for the chat at the same time. So that's a little bit more on the difficult side. So there we go. We'll adjust the quality here completely to mitigate all of the lag for a few minutes. Again, I don't think we're not gonna be here too much longer. My legs are on fire. So like I said, the sun is fully on me now. It's 94 degrees here. As you can see, covered by the sun. This is all I have left of shade. Everything else from here down, complete sunlight. And it still feels like 100 plus out here, so. Got about a few more minutes. I think a couple more minutes left in the show today. I think we're gonna end here in a minute. I hate to do it to you guys, but as a matter of fact, all right, you guys, I think that's going to do it for us. All the equipment here has been running for 7+ hours. We're having service issues now because of the heat. We're having computer issues because of the heat. The heat is definitely running us off. So I want to thank you guys. Thanks to all of my channel members, moderators. So this could be prelude to Wednesday, by the way. If it is this hot on Wednesday, we will not be here. We will not be here on Wednesday. The expected temperatures here are supposed to be 100 degrees again on Wednesday, even hotter than what we had today. Chances are there won't be any room for me to hide in the shade. There will be no shade on Wednesday unless it's raining. If it's a cloudy, overcast afternoon, late evening, then we'll be out here. If not, I'll post the show Wednesday morning. If the weather is too bad, we are not going to be here on Wednesday. Again, I'm starting to cook. The equipment's had enough. I still have a full big brick battery too. We could have went until 8 o'clock tonight, 9 o'clock tonight. But unfortunately now with the sun in here on top of us, unfortunately we've got to end the show. So I apologize, you guys. We'll try Wednesday. Wednesday again, supposed to be really hot. If not Wednesday, we're going to be back on Friday. We're going to try to do this Friday and next Friday. Next Friday is going to be the 4th of July. So I want to make sure we get you guys ready for the 4th of July to let you guys know that we'll be here. Hopefully that won't be another intolerable day. Again, today wasn't bad. Today was a good day up until now. So thank you guys so much. You guys will be sent out to our buddy Pip Hastings Aviation there in San Diego, California. He is not starting for another 2.5 hours. So he's not starting until 8 p.m. tonight. So again, thank you to my channel members, moderators, everybody. We made it to 292 likes, 8 likes away from 300. So thank you guys for that. I greatly appreciate it. We will see you guys again when we see you. The just awful temperatures, heat. So thank you guys again. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you for a wonderful 7 hours today. One of the longer shows we've had in quite a while. All right, we will see you guys later.